Hello and welcome to ZaranTech. In today's fast-paced digital world, creating apps quickly and efficiently is crucial. SAP Build Apps helps you develop and deploy powerful applications with ease. Let's dive right in and explore how you can harness the power of SAP to create custom applications. SAP Build Apps training is designed to equip you with the knowledge and skills to develop customized applications using SAP's robust tools. Whether you're a developer, business analyst, or IT professional, this training is tailored to help you create efficient and effective applications. Professionals skilled in SAP development earn 25% more than their peers thanks to their specialized expertise. Companies using SAP solutions see a 32% increase in process efficiency. Mastering SAP Build Apps is crucial for career growth in tech. As businesses digitize, creating customized applications grows more valuable. In today's session, we'll cover the basics of app development, an overview of the SAP tools you'll be using, and we'll even dive into some hands-on project examples to solidify your learning. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Introduction to SAP Build Apps. 2. How to set up Build. 3. Basics of SAP Build. 4. Working with variables. 5. Working with formulas. Let's dive in.
Hi, in this video, we are going to get an overview over SAP Build Apps. Imagine you are a business manager and want to streamline processes and improve efficiency of your business, but you are held back by your lack of coding skills. Then, at that situation, SAP Build Apps comes into play. SAP Build Apps allows to create enterprise-grade applications with ease. SAP low-code, no-code platform can be used by anyone regardless of their technical background to become an app developer. Let's dive into how this is possible and why it's so transformative for businesses. So, first of all, we are going to know what is low-code, no-code is. Low-code, no-code development platforms are the tools which enables both business users and programmers to build applications, to improve workflows and collaborative more easily without requiring extensive coding knowledge. Essentially, low-code, no-code platforms offers a visual approach to app development using drag and drop interfaces and pre-built components. It allows organizations to quickly develop and deploy applications that meet specific business requirements. Due to this, it reduces the dependency on IT departments and professional developers. Benefits of low code, no code. It is fast and efficient because of pre built components, visual development tools, and the drag and drop features. It is also cost effective as it removes the dependency from the IT departments. It is also accessible to all technical and non-technical users, as both can contribute to the development processes. To make it short, low-code and no-code platforms breaks down the barriers to software development, making it accessible to a broader audience and accelerates the pace at which the business can innovate. Now, coming to who should learn SAP Build Apps. SAP Build Apps is not just for professional developers. It is designed to provide a cloud-based development environment suitable for both citizen and professional developers within the SAP ecosystem. This means that business analysts, project manager, and even end users can learn to create applications that improve their workflows and address specific business challenges. Therefore, it can be used by citizen developers as well as professional developers. Citizen developers which are not professional developers, but they understand the business requirement and processes deeply. They can use SAP Build Apps to create solutions that directly addresses their respective challenges towards the business, and also by the professional developers who already know the process of developing an application. Now, what is SAP Build Apps? So what exactly it is? SAP Build Apps is a visual low-code development platform designed to enable the creation of enterprise-grade applications without the need for extensive coding knowledge. It offers drag and drop interface and pre-built components that makes it easy for users to create applications quickly and efficiently. Also, it supports both web and mobile application development, making it a comprehensive solution for business looking to deploy applications across different platforms. Another key feature is its integration capabilities. SAP Build Apps can easily connect to SAP and non-SAP solutions, which allows you to integrate your applications with existing systems and databases. That platform is designed to accessible to both citizen developers and professional developers. For citizen developers, the interface and pre-built components makes it easy to get started with build apps and build applications quickly. For professional developers, the platform offers advanced features and customization options, allowing them to create an application which meets specific requirements. SAP Build Apps offers user interface, which is very innovative and easy to understand. It can be accessible to create data models and business logic visually. It integrates seamlessly with non-SAP solutions with secure and with pre-built components. We can integrate the non-SAP solutions. Now, why should we choose SAP Build Apps for our applications? SAP Build Apps supports a wide range of application development needs, whether you need to create web or mobile applications. This makes it a one-stop solution for various development needs, reducing the needs to switch between different platforms. One of the main points of SAP Build Apps is its user-friendly interface, and the drag and drop functionality allows user to create applications without writing any code. This makes it accessible to business users who may not have a technical background. SAP Build Apps excels in its ability to integrate with both SAP and non-SAP systems. Whether you need to pull data from an SAP ERP system or integrate with third-party APIs, SAP Build Apps offers integration options. Also, SAP Build Apps is built on the SAP BTP, which provides a collection of tools and services for developing, managing, and deploying applications. This ensures that your applications are not only easy to build but also scalable and secure. Now, as discussed, SAP BTP, what actually is SAP BTP? It is a business technology platform. SAP BTP is a platform as a service from SAP that combines database, data management, analytics, application development, and other technologies. Database includes SAP HANA and other database management tools that helps organization to manage their data effectively. SAP BTP offers analytics tools to analyze our business capabilities, to plan and predict the steps to be taken for further business requirements. As discussed earlier, that SAP BTP includes application development tools, and one of which is SAP Build Apps, which provides low-code, no-code platform for application development. It also has capabilities to manage advanced technology such as machine learning, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things, so-called IoT, to help businesses innovate and stay competitive in the market. SAP BTP offers various services such as integration with RESTful APIs to connect non-SAP system with SAP. It supports SAP authorization and trust management services, as we can use SAP authorization in our SAP Build Apps to separate user roles in our applications. SAP Business Application Studio, or we can call it SAP BAS. In this, we generally create UI5 applications, UI5 and Fury, which are written in JavaScript or XML views. It helps to develop applications or debug, tests, and deploy SAP business applications. SAP Credential Store. SAP Credential Store is a service in which a user roles, password, keys, and key rings are stored to authorize a particular user and their roles. SAP Mobile Services. SAP Mobile Services are the applications which are hosted on Android Store and Apple Store to connect with SAP applications like SAP Build Start is an application to view our application during our development. Now, SAP BTP and accounts associated activities with it. This is the structure of SAP BTP platform. It contains platform users and global accounts, which contains different types of account types and entitlements to it. Global accounts consist sub-accounts, which has different region, environment, and quota, respectively. Environments may have different services and applications and tools. And finally, it connects with the business user, which are the end users to the applications. Platform users. These are the individuals that use the SAP BTP platform to develop and deploy and manage applications and services. Now, global account. The global account is where you manage overall account settings, monitor usage, and handle the billings of the SAP BTP platform. In global accounts, there are account types within SAP BTP, such as trial accounts, subscription accounts, and pay-as-you-go accounts. Each account type offers different level of access and capabilities to different user and organizations. Entitlements. These are the resources and services allotted to the global account. It involves managing the resource allocation to the sub-accounts. Sub-accounts are used to organize and manage different projects, environments, or business units. They can be configured for various purposes, such as development, testing, and production environments. Every sub-account may have different reason. The reason determines the data center location where your sub-account resources will be hosted. Choosing appropriate region can impact performance and latency to your application. SAP BTP supports multiple environments such as Cloud Foundry, Kaima, and ABAP. Each environment provides different capabilities and services to a specific type of development and development needs for your applications. The quota refers to the limits on the resources you can use within your global account and sub-account. This includes computing resources, storage, and service instances. Now, some of the services which are provided by SAP BTP that can be used within your applications. These includes database services, machine learning, and IoT, Internet of Things, integration services, and more. Applications are the end products that you develop and deploy on SAP BTP. These can be a web application, mobile applications, APIs, or backend services. Applications leverage the various services provided by the SAP BTP. Now, the end users, or we can call them the business users. These are the end users who interact with the application developed on SAP BTP. First, we will get to know that what are the benefits of SAP BTP. We can use it to develop web and mobile applications. Also, it can be used to manage advanced technology such as machine learning, NLP, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things IoT to help businesses innovate. Also, it supports integration of SAP and non-SAP technologies, which makes it universal tool for businesses processes. In this video, we have explored an overview of SAP Build Apps, understanding the importance of benefits of low-code, no-code platform, and identifying who should learn SAP Build Apps. We have gone through the functionality of SAP Build Apps and its integration capabilities within the SAP ecosystem. Additionally, we have discussed the critical aspects of SAP BTP, including its components, benefits, and how it supports the development and deployment of the enterprise application.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What are SAP Build Apps primarily used for? Option A, database management. Option B, low-code, no-code application development. Option C, financial reporting. Option D, customer relationship management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at creating apps? Our SAP Build Apps training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Build Apps training. It's like a toolbox for making apps, from designing to deploying them seamlessly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP Build Apps Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
In this video, we are going to set up our SAP Build application service through SAP BTP platform. So what is SAP Build? SAP Build is a rapid development of applications and automations application provided by the SAP. It offers simplified and streamlined builder experience by its pre-built components and simple drag and drop feature. The platform provides enterprise grade scaling and security. It also caters both non-technical business users as well as technical users who have experience to develop apps using coding skills. User can easily digitalize and automate daily tasks as well as complex tasks in their applications. SAP Build enhances coding efficiency for developers. Now let's get into know what is SAP Build Apps. SAP Build Apps is a visual development of full stack applications where we build application of application front end as well as application back end. And it's low code, no code platform catering to web and native mobile app creation, as we can host them on the web as well as mobile application. Previously, it is known as SAP App Giver. It now integrates backend capabilities like data models into it, and now it is known as the SAP Build Apps. Business users can create enterprise grade apps across different operating systems without coding. Professional developers experienced reduces coding efforts, particularly in complex data models and business logic, as previously the data models were integrated with the databases of different non-SAP applications, but in this we can create our own data models in the SAP Build Apps itself. Overall, it enhances productivity for both business user and professional developers. Now we will look into the steps how to get the trial account on SAP BTP platform and get into know that how to add the SAP build services to your BTP account and use them to develop SAP build applications. Now go to your browser and search for SAP BTP. Here, open the first link. In the first link, you will get to know that you are on the overview section of the page. Now move to the try and buy section. As you scroll through this section, you will see the pricing of the SAP BTP options. And here is pay as you go option, enterprise option, and subscription option. As per the need of your enterprise as or you as a individually, you can select the subscription option or pricing option from this account. But we are going to see how to get the trial account of the SAP BTP. So we will scroll up and click on request or demo button. When you will request a demo, a form will pop up and you will fill these services and submit it. After that, you will receive a thank you mail from the SAP, and after an hour or 2 hour, you will get the request from SAP that you have got an trial account access. Now what you need to do after you receive an mail, you will go to your mail and check the mail. This is the mail which I have received on SAP BTP to start our BTP trial account. I will click on this link. Enter my mail ID which I have used. Let me get the mail ID. Here enter your password which we have applied for during the form. You will get an email to register and activate your account, and there you need to add the password. Same password will be entered here. Here it is mandatory to have a phone number, so I will enter my phone number here. Hello. So after entering your phone number, you will be directed to this page. Here you need to click on trial home. Hi. After you will verify your phone number, you will pop up with this page, and then here you will have to decide your region where you want to store or connect your database to your system. This is the US region and this is Singapore region. Whatever closest to you, you will select the region, as it will respond in similar way as close as possible. Database responds faster. So I will select the US one and create account. It will process through some tasks. It will create a global account and then a sub account and then a organization, and after that in last it will execute the spaces in our SAP BTP trial version. So I will wait for this. It is getting the organization and then it will get the spaces. It takes time as the first time only, and once the trial account is created, it will not take the time in when you are logging in next time. So my execution is completed. All the tasks, global account, sub account, organization, and spaces is created. Now I will click on continue. Here you need to click on go to your trial account, or you can also use quick tool access for other tools in the SAP BTP platform. Now you need to go to your trial account. So click on here. The account creation takes time when you are using it first time, and when you are logging in the next time, it will not take as much time as it would take in first time. So here this is your trial account which is added in your SAP BTP, and now what we are gonna add a service of SAP Build Apps. So what we are gonna do, we are going to Booster to add a service in the navigation pane here. Here we can see all the tools and services provided by the SAP BTP, and we can add all them. If you scroll down, you can see all the types. Here we will write the build apps. I will click on this, and now you need to click on start. It will again execute and assign the processes and small tasks to create a sub account in SAP Build Apps and add the service as a service in your SAP BTP cockpit. Now I will click on next. These tasks are done. Here we cannot create a sub account because a trial account has some limitations. So the sub account which is already provided us to you, us or you, we will click on this, select sub account, and then click on next. It is a simple process, just we have to click on next. We cannot create a sub account. We don't do this every time. This is only one go process. Now just finish it. All the small tasks are processing. Subscribing SaaS application. It will create the roles of SAP Build Apps in your services. It will assign the roles to the users which are already created during the BTP trial account processes, and it will map the roles in last. We will wait for it. Done here. As soon as the roles are assigned to your SAP Build App services, now you will pop up with this success message, and you need to navigate to your sub account to access the Build Apps service. The loading time dependent upon the region you have selected, as the closest region will have the less latency to your connection, so it will load faster. Now here, this is your sub account. All the services assigned to your sub account, we can see it here. So SAP build services are assigned to this sub account trial account, which we have added in our SAP BTP. So we can go to instance and subscription. Here we can see that 4 subscriptions were added. One was failed, which we don't need at this time right now, so we will not go through that. We can check the roles by clicking on here, which are assigned to the SAP Build Apps. These were the SAP Build Apps which is added service to our SAP BTP sub account. Now I will click on here to go to the SAP Build App service to build an application. It will again ask for the mail and password. Let me again check the credentials. Before the login, you will receive an authentication and activation mail to your Gmail. So before login, you need to activate it from there itself, and you need to change the password or create a new password to your account. So go through your mail first and then activate your account on SAP Build Apps. After that, you will come here to write your credentials and login. When your account is authenticated, you need to enter the credential here and continue. This is the SAP Build homepage where you can create your projects inside it. And this is the template, easy to do application. And to create a project in SAP Build Apps, you first need to click on Create, go to and build an application. Now we are going to build an SAP Build Apps application. So we will click on here. In SAP Build Apps, we talked about that we can create front end as well as back end. Here we get the two options to create a back end or front end. So this time I will show you the front end, and in the other video, I will show you how to create a back end of an SAP application. I will click on web and mobile application. I will provide a demo name and click on create. So you have reached to the SAP Build development application. Here you can build, drag and drop things to add, to create your application. You can add the logics. We will discuss this in our later video. Till then, it was a great tutorial to build an application. And to access your trial account, you will get access to your trial account of for 3 months, as we have seen earlier.
Hey there! Want to get good at creating apps? Our SAP Build Apps training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Build Apps training. It's like a toolbox for making apps, from designing to deploying them seamlessly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP Build Apps Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
In this video, we are going to learn about basics of build apps. So as we already know that SAP Build Apps is a visual programming environment for both citizen and professional developers to create enterprise-ready custom software without writing any code. That is low-code, no-code platform. Building in the web app in SAP Build Apps. To start building in SAP Build Apps, you need to navigate to the Launch tab and then select Open Build Services or Open Preview Portal to preview it. We can preview our application in our web as a web, or we can use a client mobile application to view it in our devices. The UI canvas is the background of the app where you drag and drop components like text fields, input boxes, buttons, and images. Every component has properties that can be bound to static text variables, backend data, or formula. You can group component using container components and manage the layout effectively. Also, it has components for listing the large data entries like list item, icon list item, and the search bar for the featured UI components in SAP Build Apps. The role of user interface in an app. The UI covers what will you and able to do in the app. UI will not only defines elements that can be seen, but it also defines some of the basic interactions in the app. No code development environment is typically equipped with set of tools for creating a UI like components, drag and drop feature of the logics, etc. In SAP Build Apps, components are powerful key to building apps easily and quickly that meets company business processes. Most diverse needs and enrich work processes also. It supports complex processes of business environment. A simple description of components is that they are fabricated code pieces that can be used as building blocks with predefined function to design the UI and enable the bridge to use logics. As a component, it contains 5 simple rules. That is, it must be adaptive style, it must be interactive to the user, the connection and extensibility must be stable within the component, and it should be a responsive for web as well as mobile applications. Also, it includes various logic at the backend. Now, the components also contains buttons, text, images. These are the components which comes under the forms. Forms make it easier to take inputs from the user, and images makes it interactive. These are the some demo applications which you can see that images are used and containers are used to make our application more friendly and more interactive to the users. Form components, it is useful for adding shapes to your app for user interaction. Button components, it is commonly used for triggering any actions like navigating to another page or applying a complex mathematical logics or anything else. Input and password fields are the basic inputs which allows user to enter information for storage and display for authentication. Checkboxes, drop downs, and slider provide a unique way for users to select predefined values. Now, these are some input fields and search item. This is the list component, and this here is the search for applied on the list. This is toggle button, and now list components are has some features which is connection to the database, like it lists components in SAP Build Apps are typically connected to a database where the storage is located, and list can display temporary information from the app combined with users or input or result from function and forms. List can connect to data information from the internet or other SAP or third-party solutions via interface. Lists can also display multiple pieces of information, including images and icons, for enhanced visualization. It uses properties component for dynamic or targeted display for information within lists, as explained in the next lesson. We will discuss the list property in our next lesson. These are the containers, scroll view, and rows which we can include in our application. Container helps to modify the layout of our application. Scroll view helps us to add a large data entry to our application. Row helps to slide our data horizontally. And the properties panel includes some properties of the components, as we can change dynamic appearance and functionality of the component. The settings in the properties differ depending on the chosen component and allow easily adjustment of the components on the UI. The properties panel on the right display, as you can see here, here These are the properties panel. Here we can change and modify our settings for each component. The properties of each components are differ respectively. The properties panel on the right uh, displays properties of selected components. Default properties must be vary for different components. Also, the bindings in SAP can be done by using static text, which are hard-coded values, data and variables, which we can create in our UI canvas by toggling the view and variable button. And the formula, these are the formulas, math formula we can apply, and some built-in formulas are there which we can apply. We will see further in our next video how to use formula in our application. Also, we can bind our component with a data item like a big database, and component properties, like if we want to use the property of different component in our uh, present component, then we can use that component property itself, or we can also use the components property itself in on the component also. We can map the data from the OData or RESTful APIs. Bindings contains versatile bindings. Component properties can bind to static values, variable values, or other components as discussed. It has adaptability. This allows components to be used in various ways to fit different needs. Static arguments, for instance, a text component can have static names and as a default method. Dynamic components, data variables can be linked to a UI component to display dynamic data. Unlimited option means dynamic content can include user specific text, time, date, etc., made possible by various bindings types of component properties. Now there are some advanced properties like tree layout. Tree, basically it is a page layout where you use your components to layer it accordingly. Like if we want to create a container which contains customer information and customer picture, then it has a separate layer, and the product view has a separate layer. These are the layouts which are layered accordingly to the application as you have built on. You can rename them as per the need and requirement for your application. Some more dynamic properties are there, means advanced properties, like it is visible, that is very useful to the dynamic control and about how users can see components and content they need. The visible properties can be bound using the binding that enables dynamic control of the component visibility. And also default visibility to false. You need, if the default visibility is false, then you need to use the tree view to select the component again. Now repeating a component. If you want to repeat a component, means you want to add a list component where the items are repeated, then we can select the components label and then bind it to the database so that the repeated element can be seen in our application when we preview it. We can apply themes to our application as per the needs, as it has dark mode and other themes which are accordingly described here. It also contains theme variables and fonts. We can also add our custom fonts to it and use theme variables to add it into our applications. Now we can use layouting, as you can see on the right panel here. Here is the layout option. In the layout option, you can set the positioning and the width height of the component which you are using in your application. Applying style and layout. So this is the same as we have already discussed. Like we can use this style tab here to change colors or their dynamic components value and properties of the component accordingly. Generally it contains for customizing our view of our components. These are the some button styles. As you can see that some buttons are already defined in the style tab. If we will create a button in our SAP builder, then build apps builder, then we can see that there are various button options which are available already in the style tab menu. Style classes. SAP uses various classes like it updates its older version to a newer one. The newer version is called SAP Horizon. These are the style classes which are used recently. You can also edit classes and create your own style. This offers advantage. You can adjust it even more precisely with the possibility of settings. Many other style setting, whether you now want the component to be rounded at the corner, have a shadow or font type is adjusted, like all the CSS property in our applications as we do in our web application are available here. We can also change the colors of our background according to the requirement. It can be also dynamic. You can also use layout tab to configure the layout components and layout of the selected page or component. The page layout can be achieved by using space on a free area. This makes it possible to change the alignment of components on the page at the same time, which are then aligned to the left, center, or right, as you can see here in the video itself. Click on layout and then go to width and height or go to full width so that it touches all left and right horizontally, and we can position them as per our need. We want in the middle or the left as per the needs. We can use Z index to layer out our component towards our application. Like if you want to come up at the top of the application for any components, then we can increase our Z index to the higher value so that it displays on the top. Now space between components. In the layout section, we can use space between components tab to display our components margin or padding as we want. Like here we have given a top spacing 20 pixel, so there is the gap of 20 pixel for the upper box of this element. Thank you. Now let's get to the practical process of the application. This is our builder view. Here in the left panel, you will get the categorized component in the form of display, forms, layout, and list. In the display section, we can see the components which can be used as a static display, which makes your application more interactive and user friendly. And then in the in form section, we generally get the elements which are meant to be created for user inputs like button, input fields, checkboxes, drop downs, etc. Further, we get the layout section where those components are listed, which helps to define the design and the design of the application components. And in last, we get the list section where we can see components which use repetitive data to list them in a view. Also in the left panel, if you will go to the top, you will see three tabs: core, by me, and installed. In the core tab, all the basic and classical components are available. In the by me panel, you will get to see the composite or custom components which are created by you. And in the installed panel, you will see the components which are installed from the marketplace. If we will click on the marketplace, then we will get to see various complex and designed components which can be installed and then be used in our application. We can find these installed components of marketplace in our installed panel. The marketplace is also categorized in three sections: view components, flows, function, and data, where flow function and data includes components which are related to logic and data sources like REST APIs and more. And then in updates, we can see the components which has been updated by build apps and are installed in our application. And then if we will go back and exit it, in the right panel, if we will select any component, you can see the properties of that component. We get two windows here, one for customizing the UI component. Let me zoom it. One is for customizing the UI components, and the other one is for tree structure of components which we used in our applications like layering. These are the labels and buttons. So they are assigned or layered accordingly. And then we will see in properties section, we get to see and adjust all the properties which are categorized for components dynamic or static values, and also some featured properties which are available as per the components functionality. Like if we will click on here, it gets the label property, value, placeholder. If we want to change the text which is written here, like I want the type itself only, then we can remove it here, and the hair is gone from here also. So accordingly, as per the component, it changes its properties. Now in style section, we can edit the component UI by clicking on the arrow. Like this is the custom UI which I have created, but if you want to edit the standard UI, then you need to click on this arrow and then edit button. So here you get the styles, all the styles to edit your component inside your application. You can increase the border width, like I want it thin or extra thick, and then exit it. Now in the layout section, we get the padding, margin, positioning option for our components. Like I want to increase the gap above in this application, then we maybe it's not available for this, and I want to adjust to grow to full width for this component, then I will click on here to grow it full. Similarly for the position, as per the alignment we want in the our application, we will adjust it towards it. Now we will see the tree window. It has all the components which we have added in our application. These components are layered accordingly as per the components positioning and grouping in the application. Now this is our UI canvas. So here we can adjust our perspective according to our dimensions from here. As we can see, there are multiple devices. As we can, if we want to build our application for Android tablets, then we can use this perspective Samsung Galaxy Tab 10, so that it makes it easy to create an application for a particular device. And if we will click here, then We can switch between views and variables. We will explore more about variables in our upcoming sessions. Now, let's get to the launchpad. Let's see now how we can access our application in our devices. But before that, let me save the application so that the changes gets reflected to the application preview. Now go to the launchpad and then click on open preview portal. From here, if you want to preview your app, then you can click on open web preview and then select your application to preview it. Like I want to preview this application. So here is the application, and if you want to preview it on your device, then you need to install an app called SAP Build Apps in your devices. Like I will go here again, and these are the apps link. You can get it on Apple App Store and Google Play Store. After that, once you open the application, go to the other login option in your application. From there, select the edition as per the region of your SAP BTP, which we have selected during the trial activation. After that, you need to click on generate code button, and then once a code is generated, you will need to enter that code here and confirm your PIN. After this is successful, you will get to see the preview of your application on your devices. Now let's get back to our application. Now let's get to the theme section where we can theme our application as per our needs. Here we can customize colors, themes and fonts. Also we can adjust custom fonts using theme variables here. We can add font family here to use a custom fonts in our applications. These are the predefined fonts which are available here itself, and I can add the font file to use a custom font in for our application. Now coming to navigation, but first let me show you the app preview. Yes. I'm sorry. This here we here we are getting the name of our page at the top and the navigation panel here. Now let's say that we want to remove the header and add some more navigation elements to our navigation panel here. So we will go back to our navigation tab, and if we want to remove the header, then we will click on here and disable it from properties. Once it is disabled, you can see it in your application that the header is not coming now. Now if we want to remove our navigation, then we can do the similar process. Click on navigation menu, and then from properties you can disable it. But remember, you must need to select the page which you have disabled. Now save the application and go back to your preview of your application. As you can see, we have removed the navigation panel from here. Now let's enable it again. Once enabled, if we want to add another item, like this was the home page, Like this was the home page, and I want to add one more item. So I will click on here and then add an icon to the navigation icon as we want. Like we want to navigate to the mail option. Then I can change its name and assign a page to our application. The pages can be added to our application from here. If you will click on here, then you can add page. Like let me do that. Mail. Here I will change the heading. This is mail navigation. I will save the application. Go back to navigation. Select the navigation menu. Select the mail navigation, and then here you need to select the mail page. Oh, I removed it. Sorry, my bad. Now I will save it here. Now go back to your app preview. You can see the mail component here, which if you will click on here, then you will move to your another page. Now go back to home page. Now let's discuss about data. In the data, we can integrate our data entity, which can be created as per the backend of your SAP Build application here. And also we can integrate, if we scroll down, we can integrate with SAP's OData, RESTful APIs, and Google Firebase with our applications. Now in the authentication is used for authenticating the non-SAP integration to our build apps. For example, when we integrate an OData service, then we need to authenticate the service to use it each time. Therefore, this method can automatically authorize a user access to the services which we use and add in our application. And in the help section, you get the documentation for SAP Build Apps, from where you can get the reference, and SAP community here, where various other developers helps each other to understand the process. Also, you can access the below learning path, which is very useful as I have gone through it, and to track use this below learning track to get more practical implementation, as it is very helpful for the beginners. And these were the UI canvas. Until we will discuss all the left topics in our next video.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following best describes the target users of SAP Build Apps? Option A, only professional developers. Option B, only business users with no technical background. Option C, both business users and professional developers. Option D, only SAP consultants. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at creating apps? Our SAP Build Apps training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Build Apps training. It's like a toolbox for making apps, from designing to deploying them seamlessly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP Build Apps Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
In this video, we are going to learn about variables in SAP Build Apps. Now let's see what variables is. Variables are the temporary data which holds some value to it. These variables will be used further as a backend system to access the value it has. There are 5 different types of variables available in Build Apps: app variable, page parameters, data variable, and translation variables. App variable in build application exists globally, which means we can create an app variable and then we are able to access the variable in any page of the application as it supports global scope for the variables. For page variables in build apps exists only for the page for which they are created, which means that we will not be able to access the page variable in other pages. To access the value of page variables in different pages, we must pass it as a parameter for another page. Therefore, page parameters can only be able to read by another pages, which means that the original page value of the page variable will not be changed if any changes is done through the next page of parameter variables. For data variables, the scope is similar to the app variables, which means it can be accessed globally from any pages. But the data variables holds values which are generally bind to the backend data or database. Similarly, for translation variable, this allows you to translate text from one language to another. Now, to define a variable, we first need to go to the UI canvas and then click on the toggle button as shown in the image here. And after that, from the left panel, as we can see here, we select the variable type, then click on add app variable to add a variable according to your need. Now, the usage of app variable is to create such variables which are not necessarily stored in the backend database. Similarly, we create page variables if we want to specify a variable for a particular page. We can see uh, here different pages by we can see our page variable for different pages by clicking on top left page text here as shown here. If the variable is assigned in different page, then you need to click on this page text, and then once you clicked on this page, you will be able to see the page variables which are assigned. If you are on different page, then you will not be able to view your page variables of another pages. Now, once the app or page variable is defined as a variable, then we can toggle back to the UI canvas by clicking on the toggle button and select the component which we need to bind with a parameter. Like if I want to bind this text with a parameter variable or page variable, then we will select this component. After selecting the component on the properties panel, here we can see and bind the variable with the component by clicking on the icon shown here under the value text. Now let's consider a scenario in which you want to create an app variable Then you first need to click on toggle, then go to variables and select the app variable from here or whatever you want to create. After that, go to your variable section and then click on add app variable. After clicking on add app variable, now you can just enter the initial values from the properties panel which are available on the right panel. Now here you can see how the scope of app variable works. Once the app variable is created, then you can access it from any pages if you want. Similarly, page variables. Page variables exist in the context of single page. If we will try to access it from another page, then it will not be available in the variable toggle. Also, the values of variable page variables reset each time if it is changed, because whenever we navigate to another page, uh, the initial page gets removed, and then when we go back to the initial page, the values gets reset. Also, we can also access the variables using formulas like page variables, and we can use the page varies to access the page variables. We will learn more on this in our upcoming session about the formulas. App variables exist in global context and gets reset whenever the app opens. We are discussing the same property of the formula for the app variables also, as whenever the app opens the first time or when it is closed and reopened, it get reset. We can access the app variables using app vars in our formulas. Now the data variables. Data variables are the variables which stores data from external sources like SAP's OData or data entities or RESTful APIs. Unlike app and page variables, which has single logic only, data variables has its own logic canvas where we can apply multiple logics to display the data. Data variables can hold collection of data records, single data record, and can also be used for creating a new data record. These are some common sensor variables which are commonly provided in mobile devices. These sensors can be used by build apps to get the value of GPS, angular velocities, and atmospheric pressures. Also, magnetic field values and acceleration values. That's it. Now we will see the practical implementation on SAP Build Apps. Here we're gonna create a new project for a build an application and then select the build apps. We are creating a front end. Provide it a project name and then click on create. Now I will remove this heading and text. First, what I will do, I will drag a card or I will use a container and then I will use an input field or two input fields in the similar container. As you can see in the tree structure, we have two input fields assigned in the container itself. I will rename this as From here, I will rename this as a first name, and here I will rename it as second name or last name. Now, what I will do, I will add a button to get a result which combines these both first name and last name. Now what I will do, I will click on this toggle button and create a variable. I will just create a page variable because I want to keep the scope in page itself. I have only one page created here, that's called home page. So I will create my first variable in our page variables. Now when you navigated to the page variables, then click on add page variable. A new variable will be added, and here you can set the name of the variable. I will just choose here first name, and I want to keep it as a text. I will add another variable as a last name. This will also be available as a text value type. Now I will combine these both and to an result. So I will create a third variable as a full name. Now I will save it, toggle back to your UI canvas, and what you need to do, you need to select this component and then bind the properties of this component to your variable. For that, I will click on the icon below value here, and what I have created is data variable. So I will select here, and I I have created a variable in page variable. So page variable is available, whereas app variables and data variables are not available, as shown here the icon where it is written this category has no available options at the moment. So I will select page variables. Now here I want to bind the first name with this component. So I will select first name and then save. Similarly, I will select the second component of last name and then bind it to the last name and then save. We can also change the preview value of the components, input components, by clicking on the component. We will again go to the bindings, and then from here we can change the optional preview values as per our need. Like I want to write here first name and then save it. Then the user will see the preview value as first name here. Now I need to combine these both first and last name in our value, but first let us see that how our app looks. I will go to the launch section and then click on open preview portal, and then open web preview, as I want to see the web preview of my apps. So my application was variables demo. I will open it. This is our app preview. So we can write here anything. And then what I need to do, when I click on this button, then a text will pop up here which contains Rahul plus Sharma, both combined name as a one text. So go back to your UI canvas. Now I have to apply the logic on this button itself. So I will change the label of this button as combined name. Now, when you will see the below bar where add logic is here, click on it. Here you can add the logic on different components. So I want to add an logic to this component. But first I will need to add a text variable which is binded to the our result. So I will add the text variable from the left panel and then bind it using content. From here I will go to data and variables and then select the page variable, and then I need to select the full name where I want to store our combined value of our name. After that, click on save. That's it. Now, when I will click on this button, these both name will be combined and then assigned to this variable, and this variable will pop up when the button is clicked. So what I will do, I will click on this button, but after clicking on this button, scroll down from the core tab of logic canvas and you can see that set page variable component here. Drag it to the canvas and then assign it the logic like this. Now click on set page variable. Here the variable name is already assigned, but if it is not assigned for you, then you can click on this icon and then go to page variable and then select the first name. Click on save. But I don't want to assign the first name to our results. I want to assign both names to the result and then show them in the application after clicking on the button. So after the event component tab, it means that whenever I click on this button, then it will follow the logic which is described in the logic canvas. So whenever I am clicking on this icon, I will go to the variable name here and set the assigned value as I will select the variable first. I want to store the data in full name variable. Click on it and save it. Now go to assigned values and click on the icon and click on formulas. Now here I will select the page variables, search for page, and then from here you can see the page where's dot first name is available. So I can select this first name and then use the icon, use the syntax plus and then give a space and then again plus. Use the second last name, click on the last name and select it. Now save this. Now after entering first name and last name, whenever I click on this button, I spelled it wrong. Whenever I will click on this button, this event will be launched and then set page variable will be activated. After this, our result variable which we have assigned in the variables as a page variable will be assigned to this component. Now let's preview what our apps look like. Combine the names. As you can see, our names are combined as we want it. Now go back to your UI canvas. Now let's beautify container. Click on the container, and here we can style our container as standard styles we can use, and also we can create a custom styles, but I'm going to use a standard styles, which is primary card. Here I'll save it. It makes your application look more beautiful and interactive. As you can see here, it looks nicer than earlier. Now what I will do, I will create an app variable. Go to toggle this and go to the app variable. Now what I want to do is add a variable as an app variable and use it in different pages. So add a app variable as a title. Now give it the same type as a text, and I will assign it a initial value, as I am not gonna change it in any pages. I will add it as a variable, variables demo. Save it. Now this is my home page. Now I will create another page. Just delete this and use it as a style. Uh, Let me add a text. Now go back to your home page. Add a text here also. I want to use similar text which was assigned in the app variable in multiple pages. So I will assign this variable, this component, to the app variable. Now I will click on this icon below content, go to data and variables, go to the app variables and select the title. Save it. Similarly, do this same with our second page. Click on component, click on this content icon, and then go to data and variables, and then select the app variables and then title. Save it. Save it again. Now what I will do, that there is no logic behind navigating to our next page, so we will not be able to see that. So I will create a navigation. In the navigation menu, I will add one more navigation as a second page. Select the page from here as a second page and then save it. Now go to your preview, click on second page. As you can see, the variables demo, which was assigned as a app variable, can be accessed through both pages, home page and second page also. This was the scope of app variable, as we can use our app variable globally in our application. Now we will see how page parameters work. Go to your home page. Now what I want, this variable as a full name, which we were using in our page variable itself, in this page, uh, here. But will see that in our second page and select it, there is no page variable available. But I want to use our full name, which was assigned in our home page, in our second page. For that, we need to assign a page parameter to this application, to this page. So what we will do, toggle back to the variables, go to page parameters, and then add a parameter. Parameters would be created as a full name here, and the type would be same as the full name we assigned in our home page. Now save it. Go back to your home page. Now I will add a navigation button, navigate to our second page. So I will add a new button here. I will change it to navigate to second page. I will go to my logic panel again, logic canvas, and then firstly select the button, and I want to navigate. So I will select the open page from the navigation section of the logic canvas and drag this and drop it to the logic canvas. Now connect these components and select the navigation part. Now here I want to open the page variable. If the page which you want to select is not selected already, then you can click on this icon and select that page. Now what we have done, that in parameters of second page, we have created a variable called full name as a page parameter. So it is showing up here that our second page accepts a parameter which is full name of type text. So I will click on this icon and bind that item to our full name of home page. I will click on here, go to the data and variables, go to the page variables and select the full name. Save it. Now let's go back to our second page. Here I will add a new text which stores the value of full name which we are importing as a parameter. Click on the component and then click on the icon below content here. Go to your data and variables. Now this time I want to bind my component with the page parameters. So I will select the page parameter here and then select the full name and save it. Let's go back and preview our application, how it looks. This is my application now. I will enter the name. I will combine the names. Name is assigned to our full name variable. That full name variable will pass to our second page variable as a parameter. Now when I will click on this button, then full name, as you can see here. Now we will be discussing the data variables, how we can create a database or use a RESTful APIs or OData services in our SAP Build applications. So I will create a new page for that. Add a new page. I'm deleting this. Now here, to add a data variable, we will again toggle back to variables and go to our data variables. Here, we will add the data variable from our data section, where we import our RESTful APIs or OData services or data entities which is backend created on the build apps itself. So here, as you can see that add data variable button is disabled because no data entity is available right now. So I will create a data variable first, data entity first. Go to the data section. Now create a data entity from here. I will name it as a student table. Create a data entity. Now I want to add a parameter as a roll number. Maybe it doesn't. Okay. And then use it as a text. Add new field as a name. Add. Now you can save it. To add data entries in this data entity, we first need to go to the browse sample data, and then from here I can remove this first and then add a new record, or also we can import data from external services. But here I will add just few datas. I will assign a one. I will save record. These are the four data which I have added in our data entity. Now I will use these data in our SAP Build Apps to show these data in our table. Save this and go back to your UI canvas. Now when I will toggle to the variables and go to data variable, this add data variable button is now enabled. From here I will select the data entity which I have created, which is a student table. Select this. As you can see in the right panel, we can assign multiple functions like filter condition, if we want to filter our database or order our database, and also paging and the fields which we want to display in our data entity. I will save it. Now go back to your UI canvas. You first need to go to marketplace, as the table component is not available in our core components. So go to the marketplace and search for table. Select this basic table with the data adapter and install it. Now all the installed component can be available in the install tab itself. From here you can access the installed components. I will drag this and drop it here. Now I will configure the table resources with our data entity. So click on configure and select the student table as your data service. From here you can add a text or name value to assign the heading to our data entity. Like for roll number I need to add roll number, and for name I will just assign it name. Save and exit. Save it. I will again add this page to our navigation tables page. I will change the icon so that we don't get confused. Save it. Now go and preview your application. Maybe I've done something wrong. Go back to UI canvas, edit configuration, remove this, save it. So the reason why it was not showing up there, because we need to launch it again and then turn on the toggle of our data entity which we have created. Go to open preview portal again and open web preview. Now here you need to select the variables demo, and you need to turn on the toggle student table of your data entity which you have created, so that the data which is available in student table gets accessed by these applications. Go to open preview. Now if I will toggle to or navigate to our tables page, I am able to see the values which we have entered in our data entity. Now this was the use of data variables. Similarly, you can use the data variables for your OData APIs and RESTful APIs. Now we will cover how the translation variable works. Go back to your home page. Now let's say you want to convert an English word to Hindi. Then add a text first here. Toggle back to your variables and create a translation variable. First, I need to select the language. I will select the English first here. Now, another language which I want to select is Hindi. Now, add a translation variable. The translation variable which I want to create is, I will name it as a translation of hello. Hello. I will assign it as a, go to the Google, hello in Hindi. Let's copy it. Go back to your application and paste it here. Now save it. Go back to your view or UI canvas again. First, you need to go to marketplace to access the translation variable, and whenever you want to apply a logic to your translation variable. So go to your marketplace and search for language. Select this and install it. Now add a button which translates the variable which we have created here. Add the label as translate. Now select the component of translate button and go to the logics, and then drag and drop the installed component which we have recently installed, which is language. Set the current language, select this, and from this drop down select the Hindi. Now save it. Now what will happen, whenever I click this translate button, it will convert this variable into Hindi. But first I will need to assign this to our translation variable. So I will go and below the content, I will click on this icon and bind it to our translation variable. Go to the translation variable and select this. Save it. Now save the application as a whole and go to your preview. From here, as you can see that hello text is available. Now when I will click on this button, it should convert the hello text to Hindi. That's called Namaste. As you can see, on clicking on the translate button, it converted the our variable. Now we will see some sensor variables which we can apply in our logics or use it from our logics. This, as I am not using any device, I am accessing this application from a browser itself, and it is not possible to access a device for me, but you can access it from your device if you want, as we have discussed how we can preview our application on our mobile application. So you can take a photo or use a sensors called GPS in your logic canvas and get the values of your GPS location and set the variable using your set app variable component from logic canvas and set page variables from your logic canvas. I hope you liked it. We are going to learn more about formulas in Build Apps.
Hey there! Want to get good at creating apps? Our SAP Build Apps training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Build Apps training. It's like a toolbox for making apps, from designing to deploying them seamlessly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP Build Apps Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
In this video, we are going to learn about formulas in SAP Build Apps. So what is formula in Build Apps? Formulas are the expressions that has the ability to manipulate data or variable properties. This allows user to perform calculations or transformations on data before it is displayed in a component or sent to a data source. Also, we can apply formulas on any component which are already displayed according to our requirements. Now, dynamics text in Build Apps are the texts which can have dynamic values and can be changed during the runtime. We can add dynamic nature to a text by using formulas when we are binding our text components. Now, to create a dynamic text in Build Apps, we can follow these steps. First, drag and drop the text element in the UI canvas. Then, set the name for the text component from the Properties panel. Now, toggle back to Variables and create a variable of type number. Give it an initial value if you want, and then toggle back to your UI canvas and then bind the text component with the variable which you have created in Variables tab. And then in the logic canvas of the text component, add a logic called set page variable and connect it with the component tab event. After that, bind the assigned value with formula to make it dynamic as per the requirement. In SAP Build Apps, we can perform simple mathematical operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. There are also some easy to use formula functions which are available in Build Apps. Formula functions in Build Apps are used to create expressions, which can manipulate data within application runtime. These functions helps to calculate and perform operations on various different types of data, such as numbers, strings, dates, and Boolean values. The functions are already categorized and available in Formula Editor, which makes it easy to use and select. Also, each function have their implementation of some examples values in Formula Editor, which helps to understand the implementation of formula function. We can also change the arguments to view runtime working of the formula function at the same time of selection. Also, we don't need to be worried about the algorithm which is being used behind each formula function, as it adds up the algorithm to your application without worrying about the logic behind it. There are various formula functions and system variables, as well as the sensor like GPS, which can be accessed via formula editor. And whole process of using formulas is very simple for everyone, whether you are pro or just started using it. These are some formula operators which we can use in our formula editor to change or modify any data, or just want to use multiple formula function at one time. These can also be used for various mathematical operations. These are some formula variables which can be used to display or can be bounded to a component of our build application. Some of the formula functions which we use regularly are categorized into text section. This section of the formula function allows a wide range of functions to edit, replace, format, analyze, or search text in our application. Then comes the data section, where various functions are available which are related to date and time, like getting the current date and time, or counting days between two dates, etc. There is also a separate section for list operation, where functions like counting the number of elements inside a list are available. Also, we can see a mathematical section where various mathematical formula functions are available and can be performed on our data by using it in our formula editor. After this, we also have a utility section where functions such as checking the validity of an email is available. Now, let's get to our implementation. To again log into the BTP cockpit, we need to search the SAP BTP cockpit and then sign in again. After logging in, go to your trial home. Now go to your sub accounts. I have already created one, a trial account. Now go to your instance and subscription in your overview of SAP BTP cockpit or trial which you have accessed from your sub account. Now go to your SAP Build Apps. Enter your email and password again. Now we will create a new project for formulas. Now this is our development page. Now first let's see what type of variables and functions are available in our formula editors. Like if you want to see where are the formulas, you just need to click on a component and then click on any of these icons and then go to formula. Then click on this. You can clear this or leave it as it is. Here in the left panel, as we can see that there are various sections are available: app variables, data variables, page parameters, page variables, and various different variables. But as you can see, there are no variables which are already created, which are created yet in app variables or data variables, or is it page parameter. So now what we will do is first go to your variables and then create some variables. This app where give a initial value to it. This is app variable. Now go to your page variable and create another variable which is page where, give it also an initial value. Variable. You can also provide page parameters and data variables and then translation variables, but we are going to see only app variables and page variables as we want to see them in our formula editor. Now save it. Go back to your view section, and then we are going to assign the app variable to our title bar and then page variable to our text. Now first let's assign a app variable to our title bar. Go to the icon and click on this. Now select the formula, and as you can see here, you need to clear all of this, the formula editor, and then click on app variable. You can see the variable which we have created in the variables toggle is being shown here. So you can double click on it or just select and enter to get it into our formula editor. Now this app variable is assigned to the title component which we have created in our application. You just need to save this and then save it again. Now save the whole application from here, and as we want to preview the application, go to the launch and open preview portal. Now open web preview. This is the application which we have created. Now click on open. As you can see, the variables which we have created, the app variable, and assigned the initial value as this is my app variable, is currently being shown up here. Similarly, we can do the same thing with our text field. Click on the component and go to the icon below content and then select it. Again, for binding, go to the formulas and then click on the formula. Clear all of this. Now, what we want to bound is page variable. Go to your page variables, and then as you can see here, page variable is available already. Or you can just write it down and you will see the example of variables which you have created in your variables towel. Like if I want to say search a page variable which we have created, I will just enter page, and then all the page related function formula functions or variables are shown up here. So from here I can select my page variable by double clicking on this. Now save it. Again save it. As you can see, uh, first let me save the whole application and then go again. As the page refreshes, you can see that our text variable is also changed, which is page variable. Now let's see where we will create a two input fields and then use a formula function to create application and different concepts on them. So I'm gonna delete this for now. Let's add a container. In this container we will add two input fields. I will just add input fields for the first name and the last name. So this is my first name. Click on the second component and then change the label as last name. No value is assigned right now to any of these, so we will create a variable for both of them. Now I can remove this variable which we have created in app variable or page variable, as we don't have to use it. Now in the page variables, you need to add a page variable for the first name and the second name, last name. Now first variable, I want to give it as first name. I want to keep the value type as text. Now this is my last name, and I will create another variable which will store the result or just final name. Save this. Toggle back to your view section, and then here you can add a button. Drag this button and drop it here. Now I will change the name of the button as get the corrected name. Now I will enter the first name, last name, and will get the concatenated result in our result as a text. So I will add a title, or you can add any of the title or text. I just want to add the title because it will show it as a result. And then in the layout section, if you want to align it in the middle, then go to the layout section, and then you can see that text align is available here. From here you can just select center. The result will be on center. Now save it. Go to your properties again. First, what I'm gonna do is to connect or bind the first name with our variable. Select the component and then Under the value, click on this icon. You can access the variable from formulas also, and then from data variable also. Let's apply the first name as a data variable. You can see here the first name variable which we have created can be shown here. Now select it and then save it. Now last name, we are going to bind it with the formulas. Select it from here and then go to your values. Now go to your formula. Again click on this. Now you want to bind the value of the component with our page variable. Go to your page variable section and then select the last name. Now save it. As you can see, the last name component is now connected with the or binded with the variable which we have created in variables toggle. Now both are binded to the variables. Now I have to apply the logic on this button to get the corrected name or concatenated name in the result which we are going to show in our title text. So click on this component, go to the logics panel. Now on component tab, I want to assign a variable, like I want to set a variable. So that variable is in page variable. So I will drag this and connect it with the component tab. Now click on this variable, set page variable. Variable name should be the result name or the final name, as it is already connected. But if in your case it is not connected, then you can click on this icon and then go to your page variable and then select it and then save it. After your variable is connected, now you have to assign the value. So I want to assign the value which is connected, which is concatenated result of first name and last name. So click on this. Now for that operation which we want to do, you first need to go to formulas and then click on here, clear out this. Now get the first name which is the input from the user. Let's say the first name FIR. Select the page variable from here, and then I want to add a space between both first name and last name. So I will just add a string up here and then again add a plus icon to concatenate. Again I will search for last name. Now what I'm gonna do is save. Now the result will have the access to your variable. Now save the whole application as the logic is completed for this button. Now preview your application. Let's enter a name. We can't get the correct. It may have some issue. Yes, so I have not assigned the variable to my title. So I need to assign the final name variable to this title. So for that, what I will do is click on here, and on the headline tag, you need to click on here. Again, go to data, page variable, and then final name. Save it. Save the whole application. Go back and preview your application again. Now enter the data again. Joe. Now as you can see that Joe Goldberg full name is coming with concatenated result. Now I want to apply a formula function to my name. whatever I am entering. Like I want to capitalize the first letter of the word. So for that, we can use a formula function from our formula tag. So for that, click on your component and then, um, sorry, go to your button and then from logic panel, click on the variables, and then here we have assigned our value for the final name variable. Go to the formula section again. Now you can see that this text section is available here. You can see the capitalize function, formula function, which is available. If you scroll down to from your right panel, you can see the examples of a function, what function formula functions actually do. As you scroll down, like if we enter a single word with small cases, then it capitalizes the first letter of the word. If we will enter two letter with both first initial letters capitalized already, then it will remain the same. And as you can see here, this is the random small case and lower case and uppercase words are available, but it formats whole word in a proper manner. Like if we want to get the first initial letter as capital. So I will use this capitalize method to uppercase my first letter of the word of the name. So for that, I will just double click on this. Erase this. Again, select the page variable. First name. Then add the space between them. And then page last name. Now save it. Save it again. Now go back and preview your application. Enter your name. As you can see, my both initial letters are small. I will get the result with both letter as a capital letter. We got the result as we wanted. Now, what if I want to capitalize all the letters in a word? For that, a function or formula function is available. We will again go to the formula section and then go to our text and scroll down. As you can see, this is available uppercase. It will capitalize all the letters in your string which you are passing inside the parameter or argument. So from here you can just write it down as uppercase, save it, save the whole application again and go back and preview your application again. Now I will enter the name again. Get the corrected name. See, I'm getting the result as the capital letters for whole letters. Now, what we can see next example. For another example, we will create a new page. Let's add a page. Counter page. Okay. Get this, add a text. Now I want to create a dynamic text. When I will start a dynamic text where I will create a button from which whenever I tap on this button, it will change the value of the text. So I will assign a variable to a page variable. That variable type should be a number. Now give it a name as counter and type as number. Go back to your view. Now bind it to the page variable which we have created. Save it. Give it a initial value as a 0, as we want to start the counter from 0. It is already has the value as 0. Now go back to your view. Now what we want to do is apply the logic on this button. Click on this button and then go to your logic tab. First I will change the number label, count. Now I want to click on this button and then the variable or the component should add +1 and show the result to this. So this will be a dynamic text which will be acting upon this button itself. Now for that, as the component is binded with the page variable, I want to assign a page variable again. So I will select the set page variable and then connect it with the component tab. Now in set page variable, when you will click on this, variable name is already assigned. Now we want to assign a value. For that we will go to formula, as we want to add +1 on each tab. So go click on this icon and go to the formula. Here search for counter. You can see the page variable, double click on it. Now for each tab we want to add a number. So add a number as 1. So click on plus and then 1. It will add up and show it to the component which you have created. Save it. Save it again. Now preview your application. So we have not created a navigation to our second page which we have built. That is a counter page. For that we will go to the navigation tab and then add item. Select this. You can change the icon from here. Like I want to add up, so it must have plus icon. I'll select it from here. Tab name I would give counter page. Page should be my counter page. Then save it. Again preview your application. As you can see, the navigation bar has a counter page. You will click on it. Now I want to start the count. I will click on this button. It is not working. Let me see what is the issue. This is already bounded to the counter, and then so my logic gets deleted somehow. Don't know why. Oh, so what happened here, that I have applied the logic to my component, text component itself. So whenever I will type on the text component, it will change the value. Let me show what I have done wrong. Now whenever I will type on this, it will change the value 1, 2, 3. So I want to apply that on button. So that's my mistake. I will add it again. I will cancel this. Go to your button. Now for button, you will again set the parameter variable. Connect this. Assign value. Go to your formula. Now select the counter and then +1. Save it. Save the whole application and then preview again. If we will see that. Go to your counter page. Now the button should work. Yes, it is working. Fine. Now what I want to do is use this component value in our another text. Whenever this counter reaches to the multiple of 5, then I will show a text that it is divisible by 5 or else. So I want to apply the logic on this. What I will do is go to the content, go to your formula tag again, clear this out and fetch the value of the counter again. But first we want to apply a condition. So for the conditions, we would use if statement as we do in our programming. So for that, we will go to our object. Let me see, search for it. Yes, I will double click on it. As you will scroll down in the right panel, you can see that if the value is true, then it would give the second value as output, and if the value is false, then it will give the third value as output. Now in the first parameter, I should add the condition. So for condition, I want to fetch the counter. So go to your page was.counter, and then I want to check if it is divisible by 5 or not. So I will add the divide and then 5. I want to check it if it is variable or not. I think for this we need to check the mod of our variable. So I will just go to our math section. From here, mod is available. So what mod does, if we will pass 4 and 2 here, then it will say that it will divide the 4 with 2 and then give the output as 0, as no remainder should be coming as an output, so it gives 0. Similarly, for let me search for 3, change it here 3. As you can see, when we will divide 4 by 3, it will give remainder as input 1. So I will add a condition here. If the mod of counter is divisible by 5 and gives remainder as 0, then I will enter here the true value and the false value. According to the condition, it will give an output to our text. So I will give the condition as mod. Double click on this. Now dividend should be page vares dot counter, and divisor should be 5. Now I want to give the true value and the false value. When the value is not divisible by 5, then I will just enter waiting and when it is divisible by 5, then I will just enter it is divisible by 5. Now save it, save the whole application, and then preview. Now the value is 0. I've done something wrong. So here I haven't checked the variable, should be a 0 here. Now it will work fine. Save it again. Let's go to counter page. Now count it again, refresh this. See, the initial counter was at 0. When we will divide the 0 by 5, it will give output as a 5. That's why it was showing it is divisible by 5, and then counter goes to 5, then it is also showing it is divisible by 5. But if I will increase the counter again, it goes to 6, then it will show waiting. When it goes to 10, then again it is divisible by 5. Now I will show you the simple calculators or mathematical functions which you can use in your application. For that, I will create a page again, a calculator page. Okay, remove this title as I don't want. Go to your navigation and add this page to your navigation also. Select a icon as I want to create a calculator, so I will select a calculator, give it a name, calculator. Select the page which you have created. Now go back to your UI canvas. Here I will add a container. Now I want to operate two inputs from the user with and providing him or her as a drop down values for addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. For that, I will add an input field or two fields and then a drop down field to select operation and then a button to calculate. Let me choose a style for this. Now it looks good. Now change the label of your components, like this will be my first value, this will be my second value, this will be as a select operation. Now go to your variables, add a page variable or two, and then change the name as first value, give it a type as number, and again for the second give it a type as number. Now I want to store the result in our result variable. So I will create one more. It will show as a result in our application. It will be also of type number. Save it. Go back to your UI canvas. Now assign the variable or bind the variable to their respective components. Click on the icon, data variable, page variable, and then click on the first value for the first component. Similarly for the second, go to the data variable, page variable, and then second variable. Save it. Now for the select operations, we have created a drop down. So for this, we want to create a list which will give an output, like if a user selects addition, then we must know it that it is a addition. So I will create a list of operations from here, option lists. Click on here and then add a value. A value will have a label and its value. Then you just need to add, like for addition, I will give it a name and then simply add a operator here. Similarly, I will do it for the subtraction. I will just give it as a name, add, subtract, provide a negative. Now multiply, add a star, and then in last divide, add a slash. Now save it. As you can see, 4 items are being added to our option list. Now I will change the label of this component button as calculate. I will add a title here to get my result after the operation. Go to the layout and then align it center. Go to the properties and change the binding, data variables, page variables, and then select the result value. Save it. Now the result value is currently 0. I want to click on calculate and save the result on this component. Now I will apply all the logic on this button. So click on this button, go to your logic canvas. From here, we want to set a page variable. Like I want to change the result value of this component. Then the result value is my variable. So I will click on this component and select the set page variable from the logic canvas and add it here, and then connect it with the component tab. Select your page variable, and then the variable name should be looking as first variable, first value, and then go to your assigned value as we want to change it. And for that I will use the formula. But first, what I will do, I need to check if the user selected addition, multiplication, divide, or multiply from the drop down. So I will not use it here. I will wait for this. Let's drag this here. Now I will use the condition from logic canvas, if condition. Scroll down and in the utility section you can see the if condition. You can drag it to the logic canvas and then connect it. As we want to check it for 4 different conditions, I will add 4 different if condition. And then fourth one. Now select the first one, and the initial condition should be false. Go to the advanced section and name it as this is for addition, I will name it as add. Similarly, this is for subtraction, so sub. This will be for multiplication, and this will be for division. I will check the 4 conditions in our logic canvas. Now, if the user selects add, so for this, I'm going to add the condition using formula. So click on this icon to add the condition. Go to your formula, and I want to check the component value. So for the component value, you can select it from the formula, or you can go back and select it from the component properties. From the component properties, as I want to get the component property from another component, click on and then select from drop down field. As it is showing, it is not compatible. Let me go back again and then go to the variables. We are getting an issue because whenever I'm clicking on whenever user will select the options from drop down, then it must store in a variable. So for that, I will create a page variable again, and then store that operator in our page variable. So go again to your page variable and then create an variable. No initial value is needed. Save it. Go back to your view again. Now click on the component of button and then create a logic again. Now for this, whenever a user selects this component, I must bind it to the value. Go to your data variable, page variable, and then select the operator. Save it. Go to your button component. Now we will go to the formula. Here I will search for operator. Page base dot operator equal to plus. Here the condition is checked. Save it. Again for the subsection, we will do the same. If the page operator is equals to minus, then it will satisfy this condition. Similarly for this multiplication, go to your formula, change it to the operator equal to star. I will just copy it, save it. Similarly for the divide, your formula, Save it. Now first I will check if it is a from the drop down, if it is a plus, then I will set a page variable which is the result component. So let me connect the strings here. Now the assigned value will be from here. From here you will go to your formula and then page, where I will get the first value first and then add it to the second value. Now this will be stored in our result, so save it. And the variable name should be here, the final value or the result value. Save it. Now save the whole application, go to your preview and then calculator. Here enter the number as you can enter, select the add and calculate. So here as you can see that 223 and 443 both are getting concatenated, but I want to add them. For addition, what we will do, the formula editor does that, it will take it as a string. So to convert this string into integer, we should use a formula function to change its type. That is, we will use a integer formula function here. Double click on it. As it changes the value, just copy it, paste it here, and then again add the plus icon, add this again, remove this, now it should work fine. Save it, go to the calculator and then add any value, calculate. Something is wrong. So what is wrong here is that we don't have to use the plus here, as we are using the formula functions. We can use a function of addition. So for this, search for add and double click on it. So the first variable should go here and the second variable to the second number. Now it should work fine. Save it, preview it again, go to the calculator, enter a number, select add, calculate, as you are getting the addition value, which is the result value of the first and second. Now I will apply the same logic to all the operations. So if this is false, then I want to connect this. Similarly, if the subtraction is not selected, then for multiplication, and then multiplication is not selected, then for division. Or what we can do is we can remove this or simply connect multiple strings from a logic canvas component to the similar component tab. It will check the as it will optimize our result, because at the same time it will check add, subtract, multiplication and division. So again I will copy this, paste it here, similarly copy again, paste it here for the division, connect all the strings. Now for the subtraction, go to your formula and then instead of add I want to use subtract. Save it. Similarly for the multiplication, select the multiply, save it. Now for addition, division, so select the divide. I'm sorry, let me check it again. Page where's first value, this should be in the integer. Save it. Now it should work for the all operations selected by the user. Go to your preview again. First go to the calculator, then let's say we are adding up 100 and 5. First I'm gonna add, it's 105. Now I'm gonna subtract, it's 95. Now I'm gonna multiply. So multiply is it, it's not working. Let me check it again. So there is the problem. Let's find out it should work again. Save the whole application. Now enter it 100, 5. Go to your multiply and calculate. Now it's giving an output. Now divide. It should be 20. Yes. So I hope you will get familiar with the formulas now, and you can use multiple different formulas which are available. As you can see, there are various sections which we have also discovered in our theory part. There is the utility tab, operation which you can apply on the text, statistical data which you can use. Also you can use financial engineering, math, list. There are various types of formula functions which you can use according to your requirements. So that is it for this video. Now in our next class we would learn how we can authorize our OData with SAP or SAP Build Apps and use it in our environment of build application.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a key component of SAP Build Apps? Option A, visual modeling tools. Option B, pre-built templates. Option C, drag and drop interface. Option D, complex coding environment. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at creating apps? Our SAP Build Apps training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Build Apps training. It's like a toolbox for making apps, from designing to deploying them seamlessly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP Build Apps Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
In this video, we are going to learn about how to use OData in our SAP Build application. So, what is OData? OData is an open data protocol which has ISO and IEC approved standards for building and using REST APIs. OData builds on the REST framework, which is software that defines how to send messages between system using HTTP. It can be third-party application or the local systems. SAP OData acts acts as a bridge between SAP and non-SAP system. It has a gateway interface in SAP GUI where we can test our OData APIs. For authentication of SAP OData in SAP Build Apps, we follow these steps. First, we obtain the OAuth 2 token. For that, we need to call OAuth or token service to obtain the OAuth 2 token for authentication. Then we will connect the SAP Build Apps to OData with authentication. For this, we will first add the OData service as a destination in our SAP BTP account. In the destination, we need to set some required properties like URL or API, authentication type, client ID, and client secret. Then we move on our SAP Build Apps services, and then in data section, we create a data resource of type SAP BTP destination. Of type SAP BTP destination REST API integration in SAP Build Apps. Now you need to select the destination which we have created and enable it for authentication of the data resource. Now what we will do, we will set up the SAP OData authentication in SAP Build Apps. As OAuth authentication can be used for both newly created and existing OData services in SAP Gateway. Therefore, for enabling OAuth 2 authentication for OData services, we must ensure a trusted identity provider is configured for use with OData or OAuth 2.0. For that, we can use a T code in our SAP GUI, that is /IWFND/ment_service in the SAP to go to your SAP gateway host to enable OAuth for OData services. Before the release of 7.4, it is a SAP version. SAP uses NetWeaver. For that, We can use the given SAP notes to manually create and delete OAuth scopes for OData services. We can also configure OData as a remote source, as OData endpoints include basic OAuth 2 and OAuth 2 SAML, with basic being the default. OData and its basic authentication in SAP Cloud Platform with basic authentication may require specific configurations in SAP Cloud Connector and destinations to ensure successful authentication and data retrieval. And for implementing authentication for OData services in SAP HANA can be achieved through basic authentication or SAML 2.0 authentication. Before that, users faced challenges with implementing login and logout mechanisms and bearer assertion for SAML usage in OData services. Now, to authenticate SAP HANA Cloud OData with Build Apps involves steps like obtaining OAuth tokens, setting up destinations, and using the token for authentication in the app. Sometimes users' authentication may encounter issues like HTTP 302 errors during the selection of destination in Build Apps, which can be also resolved by troubleshooting the connection or authentication which we have created in our SAP BTP destination section. Now, to integrate OData with the SAP Build Apps, we first need to create a destination in SAP BTP. Therefore, our first step is to go to the Data tab in your SAP Build Apps project. Then click on SAP BTP destination. After that, enter the URL of your OData service and finally run the connection test to ensure whether the connection is successful or not. Now, to enable the authentication, you need to go to the Install tab and click on Add Integration. Then select the destination which you have created and then enable the data entity to enable the data access. I think that this slide is repeated. It is similar to previous one. So now after that, you need to launch the app for preview portal and open the web preview. Then after the application is launched, you will see that you are able to access your OData entries. To display your data from an OData services to a table component in SAP Build Apps, you will need to follow the similar steps as discussed above. Then after the integration part is done, you must go to your UI canvas, and then from marketplace you can add and install a component called table component. After that, drag and drop a table component to your app layout, then bind the table to the OData destination by selecting the appropriate entity, then map the table columns to the OData entity properties. Then if you need to troubleshoot, then you will go to your troubleshooting for OData, and if the table is not displaying any data, you need to check that if the destination is correctly set up and the app giver is prop, enabled. This is a property present in the destination services. And also you need to check that if OData services is returning any data in the table columns are mapped correctly to the entity or not. There are some limitations, like SAP Build Apps currently do not automate calling OData functions or actions. It uses workarounds like REST data resources with destinations to manually achieve filtering and other OData manipulations. Like if we need to add some filtration to our APIs for a particular entity or entry, then we need to manually create those entities and filtration to our build apps. Thank you. Now let's get to our implementation section. Go to the SAP BTP cockpit again. Go to your sub account. This is the same process which we have done in our previous sections. Go to your sub account, trial. In your instance and subscription, you will get the application which you have subscribed to, that is SAP Build Apps. For this, you need to log in again. So we will create a new application for OData to display our table view. Go to web and mobile application, give yourself a name, table view OData. Let me delete this. Now, if we want to integrate our OData, first I'm going to give you some idea about how OData works. Then if we will go to our Postman, I have added a OData here, which we have created in our SAP GUI OData services. This is the OData URI which you can get from SAP OData developer, and these are the some ports which will be used in our SAP BTP destination part, which we will enter these details to get our connection with our OData. Now after I will execute this, I will get some data which we have created in our table. So these are some data. If you want to get these in JSON format, then we can pass here $format and here JSON. This data is in JSON. This is the data which I want to execute in our SAP Build Apps or want to view in our build application when we will be previewing our application which we have created. So for this, we will go to our HANA, then I will show you how the OData is created. So in SAGWT code, we have created API. These are the entities which we want to display in our build apps application. These properties are described in our table. So if we will go to our student, double click on it, entity, this ABAP structure is assigned to this student entity. So if we will go to our SAP T code, which is SE11, then here I will display my table. This is my table which I want to display in our build application. These are some fields which we have added in our table. So to view this in our build application or access O data in our application, we will use this URI. Now to view this in our SAP gateway interface, we will go to our service maintenance and then go to E8H underscore 000 and then click on SAP gateway client. Then here click on entity set, select your entity set which you have created and then execute. You will get the same data which we are getting in our Postman. So in gateway interface we get only this URI, but if you will connect to your admin, then they will give the port which is being used for our OData, which is 8001, and the IP which where the SAP GUI is hosted. So to configure these, we will go back to our BTP. Here in the subscription section, when you will enter, then go to your security palette and no connectivity palette, and then go to your destinations. So here I don't want to show this destination because of some credential issues or security issues. So I will show you the screenshot of it. This is the screenshot. In this screenshot, you can enter these details like you need to give HTML5 dynamic to true. Firstly, when you will go to destinations, no destination will be created already, but this SAP Build Apps runtime destination is already being present right there. So what you need to do, you need to click on create destination and then enter the name as per your need for your OData, and then type. In the type section you will give your HTTP, and in description you will provide the description of the OData, and in the URL you will provide the URL only till the servlet part, like from here. You will not provide the student set or entity set to your URL. We need to give our URL only till the services. So you will provide the URL till your services, and then give proxy type as internet, and then you need to select from the drop down as basic authentication and enter your username password as per your SAP account in the GUI. Then in the additional properties, you will not be able to see these properties initially, but when you will click on this new property button, you will be able to add these columns, and then you will set the HTML5 dynamic from the drop down and then enter the true value here. And for SAP client, as per your SAP configuration for the GUI, you need to enter the SAP client. You can see your SAP client from, if you will go here and then see, this is A4H is the A for H and 100. SAP client is 100. So I've entered here 100. And the web ID for system is S for H. If I will go to our SAP UI, here you can see that, wait, go to here you can see that SID, S for H. You can enter this S for ID here in web ID system after selecting it from the drop down, and then web ID enabled should be true. All these can be added from using new properties so that you can enter these details. After entering these details, you need to go to your application and then go to your authentication section. In the authentication section, I have already uh, added the authentication. First, I'm going to remove it to show you. Now, when you will enter in your authentication section, you will see this interface. Then you need to enable the authentication from here, and then you need to select the SAP BTP authentication. Click OK, and then SAP BTP authentication has been configured, as you can see. Now save this application. Now go to your data section. Now, as you can see, you can create a data entity from here, and you can use Google Firebase. And for REST APIs, you can click on here and use REST APIs, integration or data integration, Google Firebase, BTP destination, market search. Now, for further, I'm gonna do is add integration from here. So add integration, go to your add integration after authenticating your BTP. Now, then go to your BTP destinations. Now I have created a destination which is student. After selecting a student, you need to install this integration. So install this integration. After installing, you need to enable the data entity to be able to use in your UI canvas and able to preview it in your application. So enable the data entity. Now save and then exit. After that, go to your UI canvas and set this as table view from OData. Then go to your marketplace and search for table. As table is not initially available, so you need to install it. I have already installed it, so maybe it is not available here. Let me see. I'm gonna exit. Installed. So I'm not already installed it, so I need to install it again. Search for table in the marketplace and then see this basic table with data adapter. Select this component and then install it. After installing this, you need to drag and drop to your UI canvas here. Now what you need to do is toggle back to your variables and then go to the data variable section. Here you need to create a data variable. As you can see that in our data section, we have added a student when we have created the integration, then the sets which we have required is already integrated to our SAP Build Apps. So it is already present in our Build Apps data section. Now what we are going to do is just use these in our variables or data variable. So I will add the data variable from student set. You can give as per your requirement for this name, students table. Save this Now toggle back to your view, click on the table. In the right section of the properties for the table, when you will select the table, then in the table resource you can use this configure button, and after that go select your set which you want to integrate with your table, and here you just save and exit. Save this. Now go to your launch, open preview portal, which was our data, table view data. Open it. As you can see, these are some details which are already present in our tables. So this is the table, and if you want to change the heading of that or the title for the same, then you need to go to your launch section, and then you need to go to your edit configuration, and then here you want to edit like id. It will be displayed above the table, and student name, so I'm going to give it as a name or contact. Save and exit. Save it again, preview your application again. See, the id, name and contact is coming up as a heading.
Hey there! Want to get good at creating apps? Our SAP Build Apps training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Build Apps training. It's like a toolbox for making apps, from designing to deploying them seamlessly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP Build Apps Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Our project will have the concept of CRUD operations, which is create, read, update, and delete. We will be applying this concept using our SAP OData. So first, let's see how we will be getting the data from SAP OData. First, I will go to my SAP logon. Now I will go to my T-code SEGW where we create OData. Here I have already created a OData which is ZAPI underscore project. In this, when we will go to our data model and entity type, we can see that we have created an entity with name students, and it has properties ID, name, contact. If we will double click on the name students, which is an entity type, we can see that I have provided a ABAP structure to it, which is nothing but a data structure table. So for the table, I will go to my SE11 T code. Here I will use the same T code as same table name as I have provided in the ABAP structure, so I can see my table entries. I'm going to display it. Now this is my table. Here I have created a 3 fields. First is student ID, second is name, and third one is contact. Now to see the entries in our table, we will go to utilities and then table content and then display. Execute this. These are the entries which we are gonna use in our build apps by fetching it with the OData bridge. Now let's get back and see how our OData is working. As you can see here, when I generated the artifacts for this project of OData, then we have provided with some runtime artifacts. These are the runtime artifacts. Generally, we write code in our DPC extension because MPC extension is temporary. Whenever we will regenerate our artifacts, then the MPC extension code will be reset. That's why we always use DPC extension, because whenever we will be generating artifacts again for our project, then the code inside the DPC extension will not reset. Now, if for this project, so if we want to open this, we can double click on this and see all the methods defined under this class. Or also we can go back and copy this and go to our T codes, that is SE24 for the class viewer. This is the class builder T code SE24. Now I will enter the same class name, which is DPC extension for my project, and then go to in the change mode or display mode, whatever we want. Now I will enter for the display mode because I have already created some methods. So I have redefined some methods which are already present here, which is get entity set, update entity, delete entity, and create entity. So we use get entity for getting a single entity from our entries or our data table. And we use get entity set to get all the entries lies inside the table, or we can also apply filters to filter out the whole database according to our requirement. And for the update entity, we just update the existing entries which are present in our database table, and deletes the entries which we want as per the requirement. And then the create entity, if we want to create a new entry in our table, for that we should redefine this method. So first let's see how we create a get entity. This is my code for get entity. If you don't get familiar with this, you just need to understand this query. That is, I have selected all, star means I have selected all the fields from the G tab student into the corresponding fields of ER entity. ER entity is the structure which will be returned when we call our OData. So when we are getting a single entity from our table, we are selecting all the fields from our table to the structure called ER entity, which will be returned by our OData when we fetch the OData using third-party application, where ID is ls key tab and ls key tab value. So whenever we will provide the unique ID with the URL, then the unique ID will comes into ls key tab hyphen value. So we can easily get the specific value which we want in our OData. So this is get entity. Now get back to the previous. Now if we will see the get entity set, in this we use select star from Z tab into corresponding fields of ET entity set. So I have selected all the data which are present in our database table, and show it by using a single URI for our OData. Now, similarly, if we will go to update, then I have used the ER entity when we will apply the update with using OData, then we also have to give a payload with it. So payload which we will be giving with the URI will comes into ER underscore entity. So I have created a data structure here which is ls payload and given it type to the table itself, which is our main table for the student. So, and in the sixth line, I have updated the table with using my data ls payload, which is getting the data from move corresponding by ER entity. Now go back. For the delete, I have used the query which is delete the student tab underscore student from ls value, which we will be getting from the URL itself. Similarly, for the create entity, I have inserted here the Z tab student. I can't modify it because it is a new entry. So I need to insert the new entry in our table. So I have used the query insert Z tab underscore student from ls payload. Now go back and get to our gateway interface and see how it is working. To go to our gateway interface, go to your project, and then in the bottom you will see that service maintenance. Now double click on the E8H underscore 000 and register your service. After that, I have already registered my service, and also in previous video I have explained how to register your OData. So now you will go to your SAP gateway client. Click on yes. This is your URI which you will be using. So the entity set which I have created can be seen here, which is a student set. Now double click on it. Now, if we want to use the get entity set, let me open the notepad. Now, if we want to use the get entity set, for this, whole data of the database table will comes out if we will fetch using this API. So for entity set, all data will fetched, and the URI which we will be using is this. Now if we will execute it, you can see all the data which we have in our database table is available here for by response from the HTTP. Now, what if we want only single data? Like if we will see our program again. Let me go back to my program. Now, initially we have used entity set. Now we are using get entity. Get entity will only provide you a single entity from the database. So for using get entity, we will add the key value of our database table. So I will add like this, use the braces here, and then single quotes. Inside the single quotes, give the ID of the student. So I have used 1002. Now check that the radio button is on get is selected and then execute. See, initially we were getting the whole data from the database table, and now we are getting only single data using the student ID. Now, for we have read from the data, if we want to create or uh, update our entries, then what we will do, we will use this as a request, the single entity which we are getting from here. So use as request. Now if we want to create anything in our database table, then we will select the radio button from the http method as post. Now here I will change the id. Let me do this 7 and change the name anything like test, change it to 5. Now you need to clear out this. You just need select the entity set. Now execute your URI. See, you can see that new entry is created in our table. If you want to see in your table, you can see, and also we can read it from here. So our URI is 1007. This is the student ID which we have created right now. Let me copy this. Now if we will execute it by selecting get from http method, we can see we are getting the single entity which is present in our database table. Now to update, we use put. So I will update the same uh, entry which we have created right now. So again use as request the similar entry. Now let's change it to test 2 and select the radio button from here, and then keep the URI same as it is used here. Now execute it again. Status code is 204. Now the update is successful. Now if we will get the same entry again by executing this, then we can see that our name has been changed. Now for delete, we just need to change the radio button to delete and then execute. So I want to delete this data which I have created right now with student ID 1007. Now execute it. It is a success code which is 204. And now if I will try to read it again, then I will get an error. See, so this is how the create, read, update, delete, the CRUD operation works in our OData, SAP's OData. Now let's create our final project in our SAP Build Apps, in which we will be using CRUD operations to create and read, update, delete in our database table and see the full table in a single go, and then add a search button to search through build apps in our entries. Now close this, go to your BTP cockpit again. In our project we will be creating a dashboard which will include uh, 5 cards which have add students, find students, update students, delete student, and a tab, a card which will be navigating to our database table which has all the entries, and then we will apply a search filter on that table. So as soon as it opens, it takes time. Whenever it takes time, let's you need to clear out the cookies or cache. Yes, it is open now. Let me sign in again. Go to your trial again. Now go to your trial account. Select the trial sub account. Go to your instance and subscriptions. From here, we will go to SAP Build Apps. Now log in again. Here create a project. We will be creating an build application. So select the SAP Build Apps and then web and mobile application. Give the name for your final project. So I will be giving student dashboard. I have already added the configuration in our destination. When you will go to your connectivity and then destination, then you can add your configuration as I have told you in my earlier video. Now I have already added this API which I am using. So in our build application, first what we will do is let me delete this. Now we will go to our drop down and select the full screen. Now here first I will create a dashboard which will include our add student, find student, update student entries and delete it, and then we will add a card which will navigate us to our database table. So first what I'm gonna do, go to our navigation and then from here I want to disable the header bar. So select this and go to no and then disable the navigation menu to no. Save it. Now I want to authenticate my data which I have added in our connectivity destination. So my BTP configuration is already set. Now go back to your data and now from here add integration. Go to your SAP system, BTP destinations, select the destination which you have created. So I have created a student destination. Install this integration in your build application. Now after installing the destination, you need to enable the data entity. After enabling it, you need to exit and save. Now go to your UI canvas and give it a headline which is student dashboard, and then we can choose the style, like I want to give it a bigger size, so let me give this. And from layout section, we can align it to the center. Good. Now I want an underline below it, so I will use the list divider from my left panel. Just drag and drop this component, so a line will come up. If we will launch our previous application, then we can see a single line is coming up below the student dashboard title. Let me open it again. I think I haven't saved it. Save it again and then launch again. Open web preview, then open your student dashboard. Let me edit something and then we will try it again to preview our application. Now I want to add a card, so I will add 5 cards. 2, 3, 4, 5. Now the first card will have add students title as a title, so I will write it here, add students. I don't want to see the contents which is written here, so when you will be editing from properties, then you can see the content property here. You just need to clear out the text written in the content. So I just only want to see the title. Similarly, for the next, I will select the name as find students, clear out the content. Now for the third one, I will update the students entry. So update student and then delete. And then last, I want to see full table, so view database. Now it's good. Clear out the content. Now to make it more attractive, we can use containers from the layout. Add the container and then you can drag and drop this from the layout itself, or you can go to your tree and then from here you can select the card and then drag it to the container. So these are two which are in container 1. So for the container, select the container first from the tree or from the layout itself, or and then you can go to the right panel and select the layout panel. From here you can change the layout of the elements which are inside in the container. Go to your layout and then in the layout section you can see that the elements are defined vertically. From here you can select it horizontally, so we can get the elements horizontally. Similarly, I will do it for next 2 elements. Add a container and then drag these here. Now for this container again, I will go to our layout and then from layout I will select the horizontal. Now it looks good. Let me try to view in our application. I am able to view this. No, still not visible. Let me clear out the cache cookies. then close it, open preview portal again, and then preview on web. This is the application. I don't want. I got the issue that when I will go to navigation, then when I have disabled the navigation menu from here, then after disabling this navigation, you just need to select the page also which on which you have disabled the page. Then save it and then now again preview it. See, so that was a silly mistake which I have done. I have also discussed this in our earlier video. Now go back to your UI canvas and add some margin below it. So I want to add padding to our component. So select the component for the card view which we have added and then go to your layout. From the layout, you can just go to your width and height. No. Add a vertical spacing to your layout. From select here and then give it a top spacing. I will give it as 5 pixels and then bottom spacing as 5 pixels. Now it looks good. Now similarly I will do the for the rest of the components. Add vertical spacing, add pixel as a 5, bottom as a 5, and then for the update students add vertical spacing, top spacing as a 5, and then bottom spacing as a 5. These are the paddings which are being added to our components. Now again for the delete, add 5 pixels, add 5 pixels. Earlier our app was looking like this. Now if I will save this and then we can see it looks better now. Now I want to apply navigation to all these cards which we have added. For that we need to add pages. So to add pages we will go to our home page. From this drop down we will add some pages here. So first I will add a page called add page and then find page. After that update page and then delete page. And in last view database which is table page. Select OK. Now go back to your home screen and apply the navigations. So to apply navigation, select your components and select the logic card below, and then from the logic canvas you need to select a component called open page. So drag this and drop to the logic canvas and connect this component with the component tab event. So whenever a user taps on this card, this page will be open which we will be setting. So select your component from your logic canvas and then from here you can select the page which you want to navigate to. So this page is already been added to our component. If we will click on this, then we can see all our pages where we want to navigate. So I want to navigate to add page right now and save it. So now if I will save this and go back to my application, and if I click on this add student, now I will be navigating to our page. Similarly for others, we will apply same logic to our logic canvas. Select the component from logic canvas and then connect it and select the page where you want to navigate. So this was our find student, so I will go and select the find page. Now save it and then update student, select the open page component again and then select the page for the update page, save it. Similarly for the delete student card, select the component, connect it, open the page which is delete page, save this and then the view database. Now select this and select the table page, save this. Now first we will be applying all the logics in our students, add students page. Now select the add student page from the home page, select this here, change the name as add students, align it to the center, add a line, delete this text. Now we need 3 input fields to create an entry to our database by using OData. So I will be using 3 input fields, 1, 2 and 3. Now first one is ID, so I will label it as a student ID, and the second one will be our name, so give it a label as a name, and then third one will be our contact. Now we need to create variables, so go toggle back to your variable and then create page variables. In the page variable we will use all 3 fields which we are updating. So first one is student ID, and then second one is name, and then contact. Save this, go back to your UI canvas. Now assign those values and bound it to the page parameters, page variables which we have already created right now. Click on this, go to your data and variables, page variables, and then select the corresponding properties which we have created. Similarly for the name, I will go back to values, data and variable, and then from page variable I will select the name, save this, then contacts, go to your value again, and then from data variables I will be selecting contact, save from here. Now I will add a button. This button will have the functionality to create an entry in our database table. So I will label it as create. We can give the width to our components. So I will be giving 200 pixel to my component as width. Similarly, you can do it for all the elements. Right. From width and height, you can go to the pixel size and then you can select the pixel size as per your requirement. So I'm selecting here 200. Now for the context also, sorry. Now for the create button, I've typed it wrong. Create. Go back to your layout and then from the width height, I will give it as width 100 pixels. Now it's look good. Save this. Now all the functionality which we are going to add will be on this button. So select this component and then in the component you in the logic canvas you can see the component type event. So I want to create to our database. So for that I will scroll down in our logic canvas components and then we can see that I have a component called create record. So drag this as we want to create a record and connect it to the component tab component event, and then after selecting this we want to update the resource which is student set which we have added in our data. So from record from the username we will select student set and then the record which we want to update is a custom object. So the custom object will give three values which is student ID, name and contact. So click on the custom object and then provide the student ID, student name and phone number. So we have already created the variables. So I will bound these details with the variables itself. Whenever user enters these values in any input fields, the variables will be updated and then these bindings will be updated. So from this, you need to go to your data and variables and then select the variable which you have created. Save this. Similarly, do this for the name, save, and then contact. Save it. Save it here. Save this. So we have created the create, but how can we read it? Like if we create anything in our from using our web preview application, if we will go to our add students, then to view this we need to update the component, update the card component which is find components, or let me update the full database. So go to your home page again, sorry, table page again, and then change these two properties as the student database, and then go to your layout, set the line to the center, add a list divider, delete this. Now if we want to see a table, or we can also see it by using list item. So we have already seen how we have applied the table to our table adapter which we have installed from the marketplace. For this time we will be using the list item. So drag this list item and then after selecting this list item, go back to your properties, And when you will scroll down, then you can see that repeated with. In repeated with, if we will select our um, component properties, wait, in the primary label, I think I have not added the data variable. So first, whenever you want to add some values to your list view or list item, then you just need to create a data variable for your table. So go back to your variables and add a data variable which will be bounded to our student or data student set. So after adding this student set, it is a collection of data records. So I will select the radio button from here and then save this. Toggle back to your UI canvas again, and then now go back to your properties for the list, and from here go to your data and variables, and then data variable, and then select the student set, which is a data variable we have created. Save this. Now if we will preview this, we can see that name is not right now assigned because we haven't updated the label, primary label and secondary label, but the number of fields which are repeated is same as our number of entries in our database. So let me update the labels also. So from here you can select the data item in repeat which is current, and I want to give the primary label as student name. Save this. And secondary label as student contact number, and save this. Now if we will save it and see the list, then we will get the name and mobile number from here. So let me add a value to my add student components. So in our add student components, let's create a value 1010, name as test, contact 123. Let's create it. So go back and then see whether it is created or not. So the creation has been successful, the entity which we have created by using add entries. Now if we want to see the URI which is passed to fetch the component, we will see it further in the video. First, let's get and see how get entity works for a single item. Now go back and go to your find page, and then from here select the heading, find students, align it to the center, add a line item or a list divider, my bad. Now I want to give an input field where we can search, give an input to the field and then add a button to find. Here the user will enter the ID for the student and then find using the button. So for the label, I will change the label to the student ID and then button to find. Give the width as 200 pixels, and then for the button component I will provide it width as 100 pixels. Now create a variable first, which is a page variable. It will be student ID again. Save this. Go back to your UI canvas again. Now I will be applying on the logic to our find button. So by using find, I want to search an element or entry from our database. So if you scroll down in your logic canvas component collection, then you can see this get record collection or get record. If we want to fetch all the database from the database table, all then we will use the get record collection, and if we want to use the single entry, then we will use the get record component. So drag this and connect it to the component tab. Now click on this component, and then you can see that resource name is already set to this component, and then we need to pass the student ID as it is mandatory. So we will bound this student ID with my page variable which I have created. Save this. Now bound the input field to the page variable. Again, go to data and variables, go to your page variable, and then bind it here. Now save this. Go back to your application. Now if you will go to find a student and then search for any student ID 1002, let's say, and then find. So now I have not added any variable where we can see the output. So let's add some text where we can see the value. So let's bind it to now. From here you can see that after component type we get the record from the table, but we haven't set any variables to this. So create a variable again to the page variables, and then in the variable I want to give name, and then the contact which I want to receive. Save this and toggle back to the UI canvas again, and then from here I want to set a page variable. So select a component which is set page variable from the logic canvas and then connect it to the get record. Now if you will tap on the get record, you can see that in the right panel from the output section, if the success record the record is successfully retrieved, then the upper connector will be working, and then if it is not working, then the below connector will be working. I will add a message to the container after the main logic is done with this project. Now select this and then set a page variable, go to your properties and then variable name. From the variable name you will select the name, and then assigned value will be output value of another node. From here we have fetched the record, so go to your get record and then go to your student name which is fetched by using logic canvas. Save it. Now again we want to set a page variable which is for context. You can connect it again with this get record and then select the variable as a contact and then assign it value as output value of another node. Select this and then go to your get record and then select the phone number from the record. Save it. Now the variable is set. The text which we have added bound the content with the variables also. Save this. Similarly, do this for the another one. Go to your data variable, page variable, and select the contact. Now, if we will be trying to fetch after save, fetch the records from our application, then we will be getting the value in the below text elements. Like you want to search 1002 and go to find. I'm getting the values from the table. Now the read section is done, and I need to update now. Update students. Go to your update page. Similarly, add the heading as update student, align it to the center, add a list divider, delete this text component, and then for update we will be using 3 input fields again to fetch the ID of the entry which we are going to update, and then the name, and then the contact. Similarly, again you need to correct the label for the database or user experience, change it to the name, and then contact. Add a button which will be updating to our database. So update. From the layout section, I will change the width of the component by using pixels. Give it 100 pixels, and for the input components, I will be giving 200 pixels. Pixels. Now add variables as page variable. First one will be student ID, then name, and then contact. Save this, toggle back, go to your update and add the logic from the logic canvas and select the component which is update record. Connect this to the component tab, select the update record. Now I want to update from student set. First I need to bound the input fields with the variables. So go to your properties after selecting the component, and from value select the variables. Select the corresponding variable with the type of which is defined in the variables name, and then similarly for the contacts. Now go to the logic for the update button, select the update record, and then here in the student ID, as you can see, it is mandatory to specify the particular entry in the database table. I will bind it to the page variable of student ID. Save this. Now I need to provide the record, or we can say that we need to give the name or number if we will be updating any entries. So select the variable which you have created in page variable, name, save this, and for the phone number select the component contact from page variables. Save this, save it again. Now, if we will see the data for 1005, let's say, find Bestie Crimson, whatever it is, 1005. Go back and update it. So I want to update it as 1005, provide the same ID, and then let's say updated entry, contact as anything you want, update it, go back and check same for the same entry. Now we are getting the updated value from the database table as our update student card is working fine. Now I will be applying the delete student logic in our build apps. Go to your build apps and select the delete page again. Now from here change this delete student. Now align it to the center, add the list divider again, delete this. For deleting we just need a input field for the ID specification and then a button to execute the logic. For this I want to change the width to 200 and then change the label to student ID and then change the width of the button to 100 pixels. Go to the properties again and change the label to delete. Add a variable as student ID, toggle back, save. Now to add the logic, you will click on the delete button and in the logic canvas we will select from the data tab delete record, connect it to the component tab and then resource name is already selected. Now we need to select the student ID which is bound to the page variable, but it is so I have created our variable in our app variable. Let me remove this from the apps and add it to our page variable. Student ID, go back to your view, bind it to the input field, page variable, and then go to your delete section, select your delete logic component, and then from here select bind the student ID to the page variable which is student ID. Save this. Now it should be working. Go back to preview your apps. Now if we will check our 1005 entry, this was the entry, but now go back and in the delete student select the 1005 entry and then delete it. After deleting, go back and find the similar ID, find with similar ID, find it. No data is coming because the entry in the database table is deleted. So this was the logic, and now all the cards are being done. Let's see how the background process works. Now go back again, and now if we want to find a student, use then what happens in our network processes, like how the OData is working. Now let's fetch 1001 with student with ID 1001 and find it. This is the data. Now if you will go to your inspect in your browser, and then go to your network. From here, again click on find. You can see that our student entity is called. From here, if we will see our payload, you can see that 1001 is passed to our URL as a student set. Now, if we want to preview the metadata, this is the metadata which we are receiving from the SAP's OData and the response which we are receiving from the OData. So, similarly, we will be getting or fetching the OData for all the add, create, read, update, delete components. Now, what we want to do is to add a search button to our list component. As you can see that if the list is so long in our database, then how we can filter out using the list items. So for that, go to your table page again, and if you will see in the left section, you have a component which is search bar. Add this component to your UI canvas, and then add a variable, as we want to filter out the data by using names. So I'm adding a variable which is name. Go back to your UI canvas. Whenever I will enter anything in this, it will be binded to our sorry, let me delete this. I've created this on app variables, but I want to create it on page variable as name. Now go back and bind it to our page variable again. Save this. Now click on your list item or list component. Now we applied the filter or selected the entity set which is student set from our OData, but I want to apply filter by using search button. So for that we can use conditions from or formula from our binding. If you will go back, then from here you can see the formula section. Click on the formula and click it here. From here, clear out this for now. Now I want to use a if condition. We have already discussed this in our previous lectures. So write it on if and double click on this. Now I need to write the condition here. So I want to apply the condition on page variable. I will go to my page variable name. If my page variable which is name is empty, then I don't want to apply any filters for now. Then if it is empty, then I want to show the whole entries which are available in our database. So I will select all the data from the student sets. Double click on this. Now if the search button has no fields or no values in it, then we will be able to see all the entries from our database table. And if it is not empty, if it has some values, then the third parameter will be working, which is a false value. So in the false value, we will be using filtration. So for filtration, we will use select, double click on this, and then select the list on which we want to apply the filter. So we want to apply the filter in our student set itself. Select the student set. Now in filtering formula, we want to see if that um, student set contains any item which has same name as the page variable which we have created, then filter out the student set data. So for that, I will use contains, and then I will use the uppercase as the all the values are being available in uppercase, and then in the upper text I will provide the item dot student stud name, and then comma I will provide here upper case, then page where name. So this is our formula to filter out our list. If the search field is empty, then I will show all the entries in our database, and if it is not empty, it has some values, then it will filter out by using um, the entries which we have provided in our search field. So now missing close parenthesis, I think. Now save this, save it again. Now go back to your application, view database. As you can see, this is search button. Now I will be entering J. As you can see that all the names by starting with J is being filtered out. I will use T. Similarly, you can apply multiple filters and operations by using formula as I have used here. This was the formula. Similarly, all the formulas here is for your help. You can use cryptography for encryption, date, time, engineering, financial, logics itself. And then let's add to our home page, go back. We can also use system variable as per the user's login. Let me add a text here. From here we can again use the formula, like we want to welcome our user, current user. So I will be using welcome and then plus. Now I will be using system variable. From system variable, select the name for the current user. Now save this, save it again. Now go back to your application. As you can see that welcome, so it is providing us the email. Let me change it, current user name. So this is the first name. We will be selecting this from the system variable current user dot first name, and then save this. Now it should book the first name. Yes. Now everything is done. Let's get the final touch up. Like if we will go to our create add page. Now go back to your logic, and if the data record is created, we want to give a message to our user as it is not interactive. So to give a message, we will be using toast component from our logic canvas. Add this and connect to the create component. As if it is success, then upper toggle will be working, and if it is a failure, then below toggle will be working. So for success, I will provide student entry is created. Now copy this for the error message. If it has some error, then some error occurred. Save this. Do this for other pages also. For find, I don't need to provide toast message for this, I think, because the variables are coming in the text element itself. And then for the delete page, add the toast message as student entry is deleted, or some error, or we can say that ID does not exist. Save this. Now similarly for the update page, entry updated successfully, or if it is failed, then some error has occurred. Save this. Now go back and preview your application. Now if I will find not available ID, then it should give, sorry, I haven't applied in this section. Like for delete, let's say I provide the random student ID and then delete it, then I have a toast message that is ID does not exist. So this was the application. This is the final project which we have created in Build Apps. We can achieve lot more in this. We can also create more complex applications. So this project was to get you familiar with the potential of this SAP Build Apps application. Like we can use also complex projects in our Build Apps. It is, and whatever you want to add, anything I'm missing out? No, but you can figure out anything if you want. Like it's very easy and simple to use, which we were creating.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary programming language used in SAP Build Apps for advanced customization? Option A, ABAP. Option B, JavaScript. Option C, Python. Option D, Java. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at creating apps? Our SAP Build Apps training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Build Apps training. It's like a toolbox for making apps, from designing to deploying them seamlessly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP Build Apps Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website. Let's look at the first question. What are SAP Build Apps? Certainly. SAP Build Apps represent a low-code platform designed to empower both business users and professional developers to create enterprise applications swiftly and efficiently. Let's break down the key features and advantages of SAP Build Apps. Firstly, SAP Build Apps provide a visual drag-and-drop interface, which simplifies the application development process significantly. Imagine a business user who needs to create a custom workflow application for expense approvals. With SAP Build Apps, they can intuitively drag and drop workflow components, like approval stages, notifications, and decision points onto a canvas without needing extensive programming skills. Professional developers also benefit from SAP Build Apps by leveraging its low-code capabilities to accelerate development cycles. They can focus on refining complex business logic and integrating data sources, while the platform handles the foundational aspects of application building. Additionally, SAP Build Apps offer pre-built templates tailored for various business scenarios. These templates serve as starting points for application development, reducing time to market and ensuring consistency in application design. For example, imagine a company in the retail sector needing a customer loyalty program application. They can start with a pre-built template from SAP Build Apps that includes features such as user registration, points tracking, and rewards management, saving considerable development effort. Overall, SAP Build Apps democratizes app development within organizations, enabling both business users and developers to collaborate effectively and innovate rapidly. It's clear how they streamline application development processes. With SAP Build Apps, organizations can innovate faster, respond to market demands more swiftly, and drive business growth through agile application development. Let's look at the next question. What are the key features of SAP Build Apps? Certainly. SAP Build Apps offers a robust set of features designed to streamline app development and enhance user experience. Let's dive into each key feature. Firstly, SAP Build Apps boasts a visual drag-and-drop interface, allowing users to design and customize applications intuitively without needing extensive coding knowledge. Imagine a scenario where a business analyst wants to create a new HR onboarding app. With the drag-and-drop interface in SAP Build Apps, they can easily arrange elements like forms, buttons, and data fields to prototype the app's layout efficiently. Next, SAP Build Apps provides pre-built templates that accelerate the app development process. These templates cover various use cases such as employee self-service portals, customer relationship management, and more. For example, imagine a developer tasked with building a customer feedback app. By leveraging pre-built templates in SAP Build Apps, they can kickstart development with a solid foundation and customize it to meet specific business requirements. SAP Build Apps support seamless integration with both SAP and non-SAP systems, ensuring interoperability and data consistency across different platforms. Consider a scenario where an organization integrates its SAP Build app with existing SAP ERP for real-time data synchronization. This integration enables users to access up-to-date information without switching between multiple systems. Moreover, SAP Build Apps is designed to be mobile-ready, allowing users to access and interact with applications from any device, including smartphones and tablets. Imagine an executive reviewing sales performance dashboards on their mobile phone while traveling. With SAP Build Apps' mobile-ready capabilities, they can securely access key metrics, make informed decisions, and collaborate with team members on the go. Role-based access control is another essential feature of SAP Build Apps, ensuring that users only have access to the app functionalities and data relevant to their roles. For instance, imagine an HR manager having access to sensitive employee data within an HR management app, while employees have limited access to their personal information and self-service features. Version control in SAP Build Apps allows developers and administrators to manage and track changes to app designs and configurations over time. Consider a scenario where a team of developers collaborates on refining an inventory management app. Version control in SAP Build Apps ensures that each iteration of the app design is documented and accessible, facilitating collaboration and maintaining consistency. Lastly, SAP Build Apps provides robust collaboration capabilities, enabling team members to work together efficiently on app development projects. Imagine a project manager initiating a brainstorming session within SAP Build Apps to gather feedback from designers, developers, and stakeholders. The collaboration tools facilitate real-time discussions, file sharing, and task assignments to drive project progress. These capabilities empower organizations to develop versatile and user-friendly applications. By leveraging these features, organizations can accelerate app development, enhance user engagement, and achieve greater efficiency in meeting business objectives. Let's look at the next question. How does SAP Build Apps differ from traditional coding? Certainly. SAP Build Apps distinguishes itself by employing a low-code approach, which significantly reduces the amount of traditional coding required. Let's break down the key differences. Firstly, SAP Build Apps requires minimal coding. Unlike traditional coding where developers write extensive lines of code from scratch, SAP Build Apps provides a visual interface with drag-and-drop components. Imagine a scenario where a business analyst needs to create a simple workflow application to streamline employee onboarding. Using SAP Build Apps, they can visually design the workflow, drag components like approval steps and notifications into place, and configure them without writing complex code. This visual interface not only simplifies the development process, but also accelerates it. By leveraging pre-built templates and reusable components, developers can build applications faster compared to traditional coding methods. Furthermore, SAP Build Apps empowers non-technical users to create applications. This accessibility is crucial as it enables business users who may not have extensive coding skills to contribute directly to the application development process. For instance, imagine a marketing manager who wants to create a custom dashboard to track campaign performance metrics. With SAP Build Apps' intuitive interface, they can design and deploy the dashboard themselves, ensuring it meets their specific needs without relying on IT. In essence, SAP Build Apps represents a shift towards democratizing application development, making it more accessible and efficient for both technical and non-technical users alike. Thank you for outlining the differences between SAP Build Apps and traditional coding. It's clear how this approach can streamline development and empower business users. By leveraging the low-code capabilities of SAP Build Apps, organizations can foster innovation, accelerate time to market for new applications, and empower business users to drive digital transformation initiatives. Let's look at the next question. What types of applications can be built with SAP Build Apps? SAP Build Apps offers a versatile platform for creating a wide range of applications to meet diverse business needs. Let's break down the types of applications you can build. First, you can build web apps with SAP Build Apps. These applications run in web browsers and can be accessed from any device with internet connectivity. They are ideal for customer portals, employee self-service portals, and e-commerce platforms. For instance, imagine a company creating an employee self-service portal where employees can update their personal information, request leave, and access company news. This web app can be developed and deployed efficiently using SAP Build Apps. Next, you can create mobile apps with SAP Build Apps. These apps are designed for smartphones and tablets, providing on-the-go access to critical business functions. Mobile apps are essential for field services, sales teams, and remote work scenarios. Consider a scenario where a sales team uses a mobile app to access real-time customer data, update sales opportunities, and generate quotes while meeting with clients. This enhances productivity and responsiveness. Another capability is extending SAP applications. With SAP Build Apps, you can build extensions that integrate seamlessly with existing SAP systems, adding new functionalities and enhancing user experiences. For example, a company might extend its SAP SuccessFactors application with a custom module for performance reviews, incorporating specific evaluation criteria and feedback workflows tailored to its unique business processes. Business process apps are also a key application type. These apps streamline and automate various business processes such as procurement, order management, and HR onboarding, improving efficiency and accuracy. Imagine automating the procurement process with an app that manages purchase requests, approvals, and supplier interactions. This reduces manual work and speeds up the entire process, ensuring timely procurement. Workflow apps are designed to automate and manage workflows within an organization. They enable teams to track progress, assign tasks, and ensure compliance with business rules and regulations. For instance, an HR department could use a workflow app to manage the employee onboarding process, from document submission to training schedule, ensuring a smooth and consistent experience for new hires. Data management apps allow businesses to handle large volumes of data efficiently. These apps can collect, store, and process data from various sources, ensuring data integrity and accessibility. Consider an app that consolidates data from multiple departments into a centralized database, providing a single source of truth for reporting and analysis. This improves decision-making and operational efficiency. Lastly, reporting apps are essential for generating insights and visualizations from business data. These apps can create dashboards, reports, and analytics that help stakeholders make informed decisions. Imagine a financial reporting app that aggregates data from various accounting systems, providing real-time financial performance metrics and trend analysis. This enables finance teams to identify opportunities and risks promptly. This platform offers extensive capabilities for businesses to innovate and optimize their operations. By leveraging SAP Build Apps, organizations can develop tailored solutions that drive efficiency, enhance user experiences, and support strategic objectives. Let's look at the next question. How does SAP Build Apps handle data security? Data security is a critical aspect of any application, and SAP Build Apps employs a range of industry-standard security practices to ensure the safety and integrity of data. Let's break down some of the key features. First, SAP Build Apps implements industry-standard security practices. This means they adhere to globally recognized security protocols and guidelines to protect data against threats and vulnerabilities. For example, data encryption is used both in transit and at rest to ensure that sensitive information remains secure throughout its life cycle. This encryption makes it extremely difficult for unauthorized parties to access or decipher the data. Role-based access control (RBAC) is another crucial security measure in SAP Build Apps. RBAC restricts system access to authorized users based on their roles within the organization. Imagine a scenario where only managers have access to performance review data. With RBAC, managers can view and edit this data, while other employees cannot access it, ensuring sensitive information is protected. SAP Build Apps also ensures authorized access to data and functionality. This means that users can only access the data and perform the actions that they are specifically authorized for. For instance, a user in a human resources role might have access to employee records and performance metrics, while a user in finance can only access payroll and financial data. This separation of access ensures that data is only handled by those who need it. Integration with SAP Identity. Authentication Service (IAS) adds another layer of security. SAP IAS provides secure user authentication and single sign-on capabilities, simplifying and securing the login process. Consider a scenario where users can log in to multiple SAP applications using a single set of credentials. This not only improves user convenience, but also enhances security by reducing the number of passwords users need to manage. Secure user authentication through SAP IAS ensures that only verified users can access the system, reducing the risk of unauthorized access. This is particularly important for maintaining the integrity and confidentiality of data. These measures are essential for protecting sensitive information. By implementing these robust security practices, SAP Build Apps ensures that data remains secure and accessible only to authorized users, providing peace of mind for organizations. Let's look at the next question. Can multiple developers collaborate on the same application in SAP Build Apps? SAP Build Apps fully supports collaboration among multiple developers, making it a powerful tool for team-based projects. Let's break down how this collaboration works. Firstly, SAP Build Apps provides robust version control capabilities. This means that developers can work on different versions of the application simultaneously without overwriting each other's work. Imagine two developers working on different features of the same app. Version control ensures that their changes are tracked separately, allowing each developer to make progress without interference. Moreover, SAP Build Apps allows developers to seamlessly merge their changes. When both developers finish their tasks, the system can combine their updates into a single, cohesive version of the application. For example, if one developer is improving the user interface while another is adding new functionality, SAP Build Apps ensures these changes integrate smoothly, resulting in a unified application. Another key feature is the ability to work on different versions of the application. This is particularly useful for larger teams or complex projects where multiple iterations or testing environments are needed. Consider a scenario where a team needs to test new features without affecting the live version of the app. Developers can create and work on a separate version, ensuring stability and continuity for end users. Additionally, SAP Build Apps includes features like commenting and task assignments. Developers can leave comments on specific parts of the code or design, providing feedback and suggestions in real time. For instance, if a developer encounters a challenge or has a question, they can leave a comment directly within the app. Team members can then respond, fostering collaboration and knowledge sharing. Task assignments are also crucial for managing project workflows. Team leaders can assign specific tasks to developers, track progress, and ensure that everyone is aligned with the project's goals and deadlines. It sounds like a very efficient system for team-based development. By supporting version control, seamless merging, and communication features, SAP Build Apps enables developers to collaborate effectively and deliver high-quality applications. Let's look at the next question. Is it possible to customize the user interface of apps built with SAP Build Apps? Yes, it is possible to customize the user interface of apps built with SAP Build Apps. SAP Build Apps offers a range of pre-built components that you can use to create a customized user interface. These components are designed to be flexible and adaptable, allowing you to tailor the look and feel of your app to meet specific requirements. For example, if you are building an employee performance review app, you can use pre-built components such as forms, buttons, and tables to create a user-friendly interface. You can easily drag and drop these components into your app and configure them to fit your needs. In addition to pre-built components, SAP Build Apps also offers themes that help you achieve the desired aesthetics for your app. Themes allow you to apply consistent styles across your app, ensuring a cohesive and professional appearance. Imagine you want your performance review app to reflect your company's brand colors and fonts. By selecting an appropriate theme, you can quickly apply these design elements throughout the app, creating a visually appealing and branded experience for users. Furthermore, for those who require more advanced customization, SAP Build Apps allows for CSS and JavaScript tweaks. This means you can go beyond the standard settings and fine-tune the appearance and behavior of your app to a very granular level. For instance, you might want to add custom animations to enhance user engagement or implement specific layout adjustments that aren't covered by the pre-built components. By utilizing CSS and JavaScript, you can achieve these customizations and make your app truly unique. There are plenty of options for creating a tailored user interface. Whether you're using pre-built components, applying themes, or making advanced tweaks with CSS and JavaScript, SAP Build Apps provides the flexibility needed to build apps that not only function well, but also look and feel just right for your users. Let's look at the next question. How are apps deployed and managed in SAP Build Apps? Deploying and managing apps in SAP Build Apps is designed to be seamless and efficient, thanks to a centralized deployment and management console. Let's break this down into the key aspects. Firstly, SAP Build Apps provides a centralized deployment and management console. This console serves as a single point of control, making it easy for developers to deploy and manage their applications across different environments. For example, consider a scenario where you're developing an HR management app. With the centralized console, you can easily deploy your app from the development environment to the testing environment, and finally to the production environment, all within a few clicks. The centralized console also facilitates easy deployment across multiple environments, including development, testing, and production. This ensures that apps are thoroughly tested before going live, reducing the risk of errors and downtime. Imagine you have an app that's ready for testing. Using SAP Build Apps, you can deploy it to a test environment where your QA team can rigorously test its functionality. Once any issues are resolved, the same app can be smoothly transitioned to the production environment without any major hurdles. Another crucial feature is the monitoring and analytics capabilities for app performance. SAP Build Apps provides real-time insights into how your app is performing, allowing you to identify and resolve any issues quickly. For instance, if you notice that your app is experiencing slower response times, the monitoring tools can help pinpoint the exact cause, whether it's a server issue, a network problem, or a bug in the code. This allows you to take immediate corrective action to ensure optimal performance. Overall, the centralized deployment and management console, along with easy deployment across environments and robust monitoring and analytics tools, make SAP Build Apps a powerful platform for app development and management. It is a very efficient and user-friendly system. By streamlining these processes, SAP Build Apps helps developers focus more on building innovative solutions and less on managing the complexities of deployment and performance monitoring. Let's look at the next question. How does SAP Build Apps handle data management? SAP Build Apps comes equipped with robust built-in data management capabilities, making it a powerful tool for creating and managing applications efficiently. Let's explore these capabilities in detail. Firstly, SAP Build Apps allows you to define data models. This means you can create structured representations of your data, ensuring that it is organized and accessible for your applications. For example, if you're developing an employee performance management app, you can define data models for employee information, performance reviews, and feedback records. This helps in maintaining consistency and accuracy across your app. Creating database tables is another key feature. SAP Build Apps enables you to set up and manage database tables that store your application data. This is crucial for maintaining a scalable and efficient data storage solution. Imagine you need to store employee performance data. With SAP Build Apps, you can create a database table to capture all relevant information, such as employee IDs, review scores, and comments. This structured approach ensures your data is organized and easily retrievable. Managing data relationships is also a core capability. SAP Build Apps allows you to define and manage relationships between different data entities, ensuring that your application data is interconnected and meaningful. For instance, you can establish relationships between employees and their performance reviews. This means each employee record is linked to their respective review data, providing a comprehensive view of their performance over time. Supporting data import and export is another vital feature. SAP Build Apps enables you to import data from external sources and export data as needed. This flexibility is essential for integrating your application with other systems and maintaining data integrity. Consider a scenario where you need to import historical performance data from an existing system into your new SAP Build Apps application. The import feature makes this process seamless, ensuring all relevant data is transferred accurately. Lastly, integrating with external data sources is a powerful capability. SAP Build Apps allows you to connect your application with various external data sources, ensuring that your app can leverage existing data and systems. Imagine you need to pull in data from an HR management system. SAP Build Apps makes it easy to integrate with external databases, APIs, or other data sources, ensuring your application is enriched with valuable data from multiple origins. These capabilities provide a robust foundation for developing efficient and scalable applications. By leveraging SAP Build Apps' built-in data management features, developers can ensure their applications are well structured, integrated, and ready to meet the demands of modern data-driven environments. Let's look at the next question. Can SAP Build Apps be used for workflow automation? Absolutely yes. SAP Build Apps is a powerful tool for automating workflows and business processes. Let's dive into the details of how it achieves this. First, SAP Build Apps provides pre-built workflow templates that can be customized to fit specific business needs. These templates offer a solid starting point for creating efficient workflows without starting from scratch. For instance, imagine a company needing to streamline its leave request process. By using a pre-built workflow template in SAP Build Apps, they can quickly set up a system where employees submit leave requests, which then get routed to managers for approval. Additionally, SAP Build Apps features a visual designer that makes defining and managing workflows intuitive. This drag-and-drop interface allows users to create and modify workflows with ease, even without deep technical knowledge. Consider a scenario where a business wants to automate its expense approval process. Using the visual designer, they can map out the entire workflow, from expense submission to manager approval, finance review, and final payment processing. One of the key strengths of SAP Build Apps is its ability to handle task assignments, approvals, and notifications seamlessly within the app. This ensures that each step in the workflow is managed efficiently and that all stakeholders are kept informed. For example, in a procurement workflow, once a purchase order is created, the system automatically assigns the task to the purchasing manager for approval. Upon approval, notifications are sent to the finance team for further processing. Furthermore, SAP Build Apps can be integrated with other SAP systems, ensuring that workflows are not isolated but part of a cohesive business process ecosystem. This integration enhances the overall efficiency and visibility of business operations. Imagine integrating a sales order workflow with the inventory management system. When a sales order is approved, the system can automatically check inventory levels and trigger a restock if necessary, streamlining the entire sales and fulfillment process. SAP Build Apps is a robust tool for workflow automation. By leveraging SAP Build Apps, organizations can automate complex workflows, improve efficiency, and ensure that business processes are executed consistently and accurately. Let's look at the next question. How do SAP Build Apps ensure scalability and performance? Ensuring scalability and performance in SAP Build Apps is crucial for handling high data volumes and user traffic efficiently. Let's break this down step by step. First, SAP Build Apps have a scalable architecture designed to manage large amounts of data and numerous users simultaneously. This architecture is built to expand and handle increased loads as demand grows. For example, think of a retail application experiencing a spike in traffic during a sale. The scalable architecture ensures the app continues to run smoothly, accommodating the surge without any performance issues. Secondly, SAP Build Apps leverage cloud infrastructure for elastic scalability. This means the system can dynamically adjust resources based on current needs, scaling up during peak times and scaling down when demand decreases. Imagine a scenario where a company launches a new product and expects a temporary increase in user traffic. The cloud infrastructure allows the app to automatically allocate additional resources to handle the spike, ensuring consistent performance. To optimize performance, SAP Build Apps implement caching and load balancing techniques. Caching temporarily stores frequently accessed data, reducing the need to retrieve it from the server repeatedly. Load balancing distributes incoming traffic across multiple servers, preventing any single server from becoming overwhelmed. For instance, if several users request the same information at the same time, caching ensures they receive the data quickly without putting unnecessary strain on the servers. Load balancing ensures that no single server is overloaded, maintaining smooth operation. Efficient data retrieval mechanisms are also in place to enhance performance. These mechanisms streamline how data is fetched and delivered, ensuring that the app responds quickly to user requests. Consider a scenario where an employee accesses their performance data through the SAP SuccessFactors app. Efficient data retrieval ensures they get the information they need promptly without long wait times. A combination of scalable architecture, Cloud infrastructure, caching, load balancing, and efficient data retrieval is key. By implementing these strategies, SAP Build Apps can deliver robust performance and seamlessly handle varying loads, providing a reliable user experience. Let's look at the next question. Can SAP Build Apps integrate with third-party APIs? Absolutely. Yes, SAP Build Apps does support third-party API integration, which is a significant feature for enhancing and extending the functionality of applications. Let's explore this capability in detail. Firstly, SAP Build Apps provides a variety of connectors and tools specifically designed for integrating third-party APIs. These tools simplify the process of connecting your application to external services and data sources. For example, imagine you're developing an application that requires weather data. By using SAP Build Apps API connectors, you can easily integrate with a third-party weather service API, allowing your application to fetch real-time weather information. This integration capability enables developers to extend the functionality of their applications beyond the built-in features of SAP Build Apps. It allows you to leverage external services and data to create more robust and dynamic applications. Consider a scenario where you need to add payment processing to your application. By integrating with a third-party payment gateway API, you can seamlessly include payment functionalities such as credit card processing or digital wallet support directly within your app. Moreover, these integrations are not limited to data fetching or simple functionalities. You can also perform complex operations by combining multiple APIs. For instance, integrating a CRM system API and a project management tool API to create a comprehensive dashboard that tracks customer interactions and project statuses. The ability to integrate third-party APIs effectively means you can build applications that are more powerful, flexible, and tailored to specific business needs. This opens up a wide range of possibilities for customization and enhancement, a valuable feature for developers looking to enhance their applications. By leveraging third-party APIs, developers can significantly extend the capabilities of their applications, making them more versatile and better suited to meet various business requirements. Let's look at the next question. Can SAP Build Apps be used for offline app functionality? Yes, absolutely. SAP Build Apps supports offline app functionality, which is a crucial feature for many businesses and users. Let me explain how this works in more detail. Firstly, SAP Build Apps uses local data storage to enable offline functionality. This means that when the app is not connected to the internet, it can still function by accessing data stored on the device. For example, consider a field technician using an SAP Build app to perform maintenance tasks in a remote area without internet access. The app allows them to view and update information locally, ensuring they can complete their tasks without interruption. Synchronization is another key aspect of offline functionality. When the device reconnects to the internet, the app can synchronize data with the central system. This ensures that any changes made offline are updated in the main database, maintaining data consistency across all platforms. Imagine our field technician has completed their tasks and recorded their observations offline. Once they return to an area with internet connectivity, the app automatically syncs their updates with the central system, ensuring that all data is current and accurate. Ensuring data consistency is a major benefit of offline functionality. SAP Build Apps handles conflicts and errors during synchronization to maintain the integrity of the data. This ensures that users can trust the information they are working with, whether they are online or offline. For instance, if multiple users update the same data offline, SAP Build Apps can manage these changes intelligently during synchronization, preventing data conflicts and maintaining a single source of truth. This capability is essential for many real-world scenarios. Offline functionality in SAP Build Apps ensures that users can continue their work seamlessly regardless of their connectivity status, making it a powerful tool for a variety of business applications. Let's look at the next question. How does SAP Build Apps handle version control? SAP Build Apps incorporates robust version control capabilities to streamline the development and management of applications. Let's explore how SAP Build Apps manages version control in detail. Firstly, SAP Build Apps provides built-in version control capabilities, allowing developers to create and manage multiple versions of their applications. Imagine a scenario where a team of developers is working on an HR application. With SAP Build Apps, they can create new versions as they introduce enhancements or fix bugs, ensuring a structured approach to application development. Tracking changes and facilitating collaboration are integral to SAP Build Apps version control. Developers can annotate changes, add comments, and collaborate seamlessly within the platform. For example, when a developer makes modifications to a form within the HR application, they can annotate the changes to provide context. Team members can review these annotations, offer feedback, and collaborate effectively to improve the application. Switching between different versions of an application is straightforward with SAP Build Apps. Developers can easily navigate between versions to compare functionalities, test new features, or revert to previous versions if needed. Consider a scenario where after testing a new feature in the HR application, developers decide to revert to a previous version due to compatibility issues. With SAP Build Apps, they can quickly switch back to the previous version without disrupting ongoing development. Lastly, SAP Build Apps facilitates the comparison and merging of modifications across different versions of an application. Imagine a scenario where two developers independently modify different components of the HR application. Using SAP Build Apps, they can compare their changes, identify conflicts, and merge modifications seamlessly to ensure consistency and functionality. These capabilities are crucial for maintaining development agility and collaboration. With SAP Build Apps' comprehensive version control features, developers can streamline their workflow, ensure version integrity, and deliver high-quality applications efficiently. Let's look at the next question. How does SAP Build Apps handle user authentication and authorization? SAP Build Apps employs robust mechanisms to ensure secure and efficient user authentication and authorization. Let's break down how it handles these critical aspects. Firstly, SAP Build Apps integrates seamlessly with the SAP Identity Authentication Service. This integration facilitates user authentication through various methods, including username password, multi-factor authentication, MFA, and single sign-on, SSO. Imagine a scenario where a user logs into SAP Build Apps using their corporate credentials. With SSO enabled, they can access multiple SAP applications and services without needing to authenticate separately each time. Secondly, SAP Build Apps implements role-based access control, RBAC, to manage user authorization effectively. Administrators can define roles that align with specific job functions or organizational hierarchies. For example, a project manager may have access to create and manage app prototypes, while a developer may have permissions limited to coding and testing functionalities. Ensuring users access only authorized data and functionality is paramount. SAP Build Apps enforces strict access controls based on roles and permissions defined within the system. Consider a scenario where a user attempts to access sensitive project data outside their authorized role. SAP Build Apps restricts access and notifies administrators of any unauthorized attempts, ensuring data security and compliance. Lastly, SAP Build Apps supports integration with external identity providers, IDPs. This flexibility allows organizations to leverage their existing identity management systems, such as Active Directory or other cloud-based IDPs. Imagine an organization migrating to SAP Build Apps and wanting to maintain centralized user authentication across all IT systems. By integrating with their preferred IDP, they can streamline user management and enhance security across the board. These measures contribute significantly to security and user management. By leveraging these capabilities, SAP Build Apps ensures a secure and streamlined user experience, enabling organizations to focus on innovation and business growth. Let's look at the next question. Can SAP Build Apps integrate with other systems? SAP Build Apps are designed to seamlessly integrate with a wide range of systems, both SAP and non-SAP, to enhance interoperability and data exchange. Let's explore the integration capabilities in detail. Firstly, SAP Build Apps can integrate with both SAP and non-SAP systems. This versatility allows organizations to connect their app development processes with existing IT landscapes, regardless of the technology stack. For example, imagine a scenario where SAP Build Apps integrate with an organization's SAP ERP system to streamline data retrieval and processing. This integration ensures that app functionalities align closely with business processes managed within SAP ERP. SAP Build Apps also connect seamlessly with SAP S/4HANA, SAP's flagship ERP solution. This integration enables apps to leverage real-time data and business logic stored in SAP S/4HANA, enhancing their functionality and responsiveness. Consider a scenario where an organization develops a procurement app using SAP Build Apps. By connecting it to SAP S/4HANA, the app can retrieve vendor information, update purchase orders, and maintain procurement workflows in sync with the ERP system. Furthermore, SAP Build Apps integrate seamlessly with SAP SuccessFactors, SAP's comprehensive human capital management solution. This integration allows apps to leverage employee data, performance metrics, and organizational structures managed within SAP SuccessFactors. Imagine an employee engagement app developed using SAP Build Apps that integrates with SAP SuccessFactors. The app can pull employee performance reviews, training history, and organizational hierarchies to provide personalized content and recommendations. In addition to SAP solutions, SAP Build Apps connect with SAP Customer Experience (CX) solutions, enabling organizations to deliver seamless customer experiences across channels. This integration supports unified customer data management and omni-channel engagement strategies. Consider a scenario where a customer service app developed using SAP Build Apps integrates with SAP Customer Experience solutions. The app can access customer profiles, purchase history, and service tickets to provide personalized support and proactive engagement. For integration with non-SAP systems, SAP Build Apps offer flexibility through APIs, application programming interfaces, and connectors. This capability enables apps to exchange data with external systems, such as CRM platforms, cloud services, and third-party applications. Imagine an analytics app developed using SAP Build Apps that integrates with a third-party cloud-based data warehouse. By leveraging APIs, the app can fetch real-time data analytics and visualize insights from multiple data sources for informed decision-making. Moreover, SAP Build Apps provide connectors for seamless integration with specific non-SAP systems, simplifying data exchange and synchronization processes without extensive custom development. These features enable organizations to enhance their app development initiatives and leverage diverse IT ecosystems. By leveraging these integration capabilities, organizations can accelerate innovation, improve operational efficiency, and deliver enhanced user experiences through SAP Build Apps. Let's look at the next question. Can SAP Build Apps generate reports and dashboards? SAP Build Apps offer robust capabilities for generating reports and dashboards, enabling users to gain valuable insights and make informed decisions. Let's delve into the details of what SAP Build Apps can offer in terms of reporting and dashboards. Firstly, yes, SAP Build Apps can indeed generate reports and dashboards effectively. This feature allows users to compile and visualize data from various sources within the app. Imagine a scenario where a project manager needs to track the progress of multiple development tasks. With SAP Build Apps, they can generate interactive reports that display real-time updates on task completion, resource allocation, and project milestones. Interactive reports and dashboards in SAP Build Apps provide users with the flexibility to explore data dynamically. They can drill down into specific metrics, filter information based on criteria, and visualize trends over time. For example, a sales team using SAP Build Apps can create a dashboard that shows sales performance across different regions. By interacting with the dashboard, they can view sales trends, compare performance metrics, and identify growth opportunities. Data from various sources can be integrated into SAP Build Apps reports and dashboards. This includes internal databases, external APIs, and other connected systems, ensuring comprehensive and unified data analysis. Consider a scenario where a marketing department aggregates customer feedback from social media platforms and CRM systems. SAP Build Apps can consolidate this data into a single dashboard, providing a holistic view of customer sentiment and engagement. A range of chart types is available within SAP Build Apps for data visualization. Users can choose from bar charts, line graphs, pie charts, and more to present information in a visually compelling manner. Imagine a financial analyst using SAP Build Apps to prepare a quarterly financial report. They can select a combination of chart types to illustrate revenue trends, expense breakdowns, and profitability ratios, making complex financial data more accessible and understandable. Effective data presentation is a key focus of SAP Build Apps reporting and dashboard capabilities. The platform emphasizes clarity, relevance, and usability in presenting data insights to stakeholders. These features empower users to analyze data effectively and drive informed decision-making. SAP Build Apps' robust reporting and dashboard functionalities enable organizations to harness data-driven insights and optimize performance across various business functions. Let's look at the next question. How does SAP Build Apps handle app localization? SAP Build Apps is designed to support app localization, allowing developers to create applications that cater to users across different regions and languages. Let's explore how SAP Build Apps manages app localization in detail. Firstly, developers have the flexibility to define localized content within their applications. This includes translating labels, messages, and user interface elements into multiple languages to ensure a seamless user experience. For example, imagine a developer creating an HR application using SAP Build Apps. They can define localized versions of buttons, menu options, and error messages in languages such as English, Spanish, and Mandarin, depending on the target user base. SAP Build Apps provides integrated tools for managing translations effectively. These tools enable developers to upload and manage language-specific files, collaborate with translators, and ensure consistency across different versions of the application. Consider a scenario where an application requires updates to its German language interface. With SAP Build Apps translation management tools, developers can easily upload updated language files, review translations, and publish changes without disrupting the application's functionality. Locale-specific formatting is seamlessly handled by the platform within SAP Build Apps. This ensures that date formats, currency symbols, and other regional preferences are displayed correctly based on the user's location. Imagine a user accessing the HR application from different countries. SAP Build Apps automatically adjusts the date format from MMDDYYY to DDMMYYY based on the user's locale settings, enhancing usability and compliance with local standards. These capabilities are essential for creating user-friendly applications across diverse global markets. By leveraging SAP Build Apps' robust localization features, developers can deliver tailored experiences that resonate with users worldwide, ensuring adoption and satisfaction. Let's look at the next question. Can SAP Build Apps integrate with SAP Fiori? SAP Build Apps can seamlessly integrate with SAP Fiori, enhancing the overall user experience and interface consistency. Let's explore how SAP Build Apps leverages SAP Fiori. Firstly, SAP Build Apps integrates with SAP Fiori, ensuring compatibility and synergy between the two platforms. For example, imagine a scenario where a company develops a new application using SAP Build Apps. By integrating with SAP Fiori, the application inherits Fiori's design principles and UI patterns, providing a familiar and intuitive user interface for end users. SAP Build Apps utilizes Fiori elements, which are predefined UI components and patterns designed to streamline application development and ensure UI consistency across SAP applications. Consider a scenario where developers use Fiori elements such as tables, charts, and forms within SAP Build Apps to create responsive and visually appealing interfaces. This not only accelerates development, but also enhances user satisfaction through a consistent user experience. Integrating with SAP Fiori also enhances user interfaces by leveraging Fiori's responsive design principles. This ensures that applications developed with SAP Build Apps are accessible and perform seamlessly across different devices and screen sizes. This integration enhances usability and consistency in application development. By leveraging SAP Fiori's capabilities, SAP Build Apps enables organizations to deliver modern and user-friendly applications that meet the evolving needs of their users. Let's look at the next question. What is the learning curve for using SAP Build Apps? SAP Build Apps is designed with a focus on user-friendly and intuitive features, making it accessible for both business users and developers alike. Let's break down the learning curve and its components. Firstly, SAP Build Apps boasts an intuitive design that simplifies the app development process. Its visual drag-and-drop interface allows users to create applications by simply dragging elements onto the canvas and configuring them with ease. For example, imagine a business user who wants to create a new employee feedback application. With SAP Build Apps drag-and-drop interface, they can quickly design the application layout, define form fields, and set up workflows without needing extensive technical knowledge. Facilitating ease for business users and developers is a key aspect of SAP Build Apps. By providing pre-built templates and reusable components, it lowers the learning curve significantly. Consider a scenario where a developer needs to build a customer survey application. With SAP Build Apps pre-built templates for surveys, they can accelerate development by leveraging ready-made components such as rating scales, text fields, and submit buttons. While SAP Build Apps simplifies app development, having a basic understanding of app development concepts can further enhance proficiency. For instance, familiarity with concepts like data modeling, event-driven programming, and user interface design can empower users to leverage SAP Build Apps more effectively, customize applications to specific needs, and troubleshoot issues independently. In essence, the learning curve for using SAP Build Apps is designed to be approachable and supportive, enabling users to quickly adapt and harness its capabilities to innovate and drive business outcomes. Its user-friendly features and intuitive design make it accessible to a wide range of users. With SAP Build Apps, businesses can empower their teams to create powerful applications efficiently, fostering innovation and agility in today's competitive landscape. Hey there! Want to get good at creating apps? Our SAP Build Apps training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Build Apps training. It's like a toolbox for making apps, from designing to deploying them seamlessly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP Build Apps Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.